Stream. What's good, everyone joining in? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's up, Julia? What's up, Roma? What's up, Gianna? How you doing? What's up, Pete? How you doing? Kelly, what's up? All right, let's go into the first person here for today, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's get some people up here right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Me? I'm
Yeah.
personally 13.
You said how old?
13.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules, not mine. That's the 13. Jeez. 13. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would still vote for Donald Trump. Not because of who he is, I would vote Conservative.
Okay. What state do you live in?
I'm actually from Australia.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18, 19.
What do you mean 18, 19? How old are
I'm
you?
turning 19.
19, turning 19? What's your birth year?
My birth year's 2006 right now.
Have I talked to you before?
Nope. It's the first time I'm meeting you.
So did you just talk to Dean?
Yeah. Unfortunately, because I'm in Japan for my Muay Thai tournament, and he asked my time. I said it was 7 a.m. for me, and he let me off right now. So,
What state do you live in?
I'm from Arizona, Phoenix.
Okay, can you name 3 cities in Arizona?
There's Arif.
When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you. Can't hear you, man.
Phoenix, Tucson, and Mesa.
Did you
Mesa,
look them
Mesa.
up? Can you name 3 more?
No.
Okay, he had to swipe out again. Okay, we're gonna go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. And Tuscan is really funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
October 5.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for John.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Is it Fetus Friday? Yo. Interesting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Thank you, Marie. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Thank you. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Yes, I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why would you vote for Donald Trump if you could go back in time and vote for him over Kamala Harris?
I'm not like a massive Trumpster. I was raised Republican, vote Republican. I just feel as if Kamala Harris wasn't very good at expressing her political views. traits, whatever, she just kind of comes off as totally inauthentic and sounds fake, along with a lot of other Democrats that are currently out there.
Could you give me one example of her quote unquote sounding fake?
Yeah, like when she's talking about yellow school buses, or the story of her laughing with her mom quoting like falling out of a coconut tree or something along those lines.
You're misunderstanding two separate things that I don't know what you're talking about. That's like explaining like that you are dependent upon, you know, everything that came prior to you, things out of the context of your control, right? Everyone exists in that context. It's not that it's just randomized, or it's not that it's just like you get everything handed to you. It's that it is the case for some people, depending on who you are, it's different for, you know, plenty of different reasons that are independent of you. So that's all she was explaining there. Secondly, in terms of this, for the first point, I don't see how anything you just said sounded fake. Yellow school buses, like her having an explanation that she likes school buses.
It's
Why
not
is that fake?
that's like a fake story. It's hard to explain. I honestly didn't think you were gonna pick me. I kind of request all the time.
Because I mean, Trump has 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements in his first admin. He cheated on every
Right,
single
and,
one of
I
his
mean,
wives. He said that he would drop
you-
the Epstein files, and then is clearly not going to do it. Said that they were a hoax, and said that anyone who wants
Yeah,
them to release it at this point
you
shouldn't support him.
have all these just buzzwords, and you have a bunch of like
What's a
12-year-olds
buzzword?
listening to you on your live. Like you just
My
spit random
average viewer
stuff.
age is not 12 years old. Now, can you tell me what's a buzzword?
30,000 whatever felonies or whatever you just said.
Confirmed lies or misleading statements. That was
Yeah,
confirmed by the
yeah,
Washington
30,000
Post. That's not a
confirmed lies, like-
buzzword. That's not a buzzword. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. And do you think the average person who's in the stream is 12 years old? Do you actually think that? Because Hope, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. They're definitely not 12 years old. Jenna, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They're definitely not 12 years old. Anna, thank you for the $4.20. They're definitely not, 12 years old. Morgan,
I
thank you
would
so much for the
say-
dollar. I
I
really
would
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I would s-
Alexis, thank you so much for the dollar as well. I thank you.
I'd say your average listener on here is between the ages of 13 and 17. Yes.
Okay, that's just not even true. And it's actually a very small percent of my viewer base.
I no you.
Although
your
there are
target
people that are
audience is-
between the age of 13 and 17, most people are above the age of 13 and 17 for sure. I can
Right.
look, I literally can look at the analytics and see the viewers.
I mean, half the people that you just let in before me weren't even above the age of 18. Like, I was the first one in the last 10 or so people, maybe. I don't know.
So kids are more likely to troll? Isn't evidence that there are more kids on my stream?
No, I'm just saying TikTok in general, the platform itself is obviously target audience is just like a high school demographic.
So
like,
why are
there's
you on it?
not- Oh, man, I was just scrolling, doom scrolling. I don't know. I just got home from work, just chilling.
How old are you?
26.
Okay, so then like apparently even 26-year-olds can be on the app. So what's the issue with a 23-year-old going live, dude? Get a grip
No,
around
no,
it.
I have absolutely zero issue with it. I that wasn't kind of my point. I don't know.
Yeah, obviously the target demographic isn't, little children because it also is applicable to you apparently.
Right. No, yeah, cool. You got me.
Okay, so do you want to tell me like maybe a policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you like? Because clearly he sounded incredibly fake throughout his entire admin. What about concepts?
What
of the
about
plan?
what were your thoughts on his UN speech today? I only caught bits and pieces of it.
I didn't see it.
Just kind of talking about, and the United Nations discussing how mass immigration's kind of ruining their societies over there a
What
little
way?
bit. I just think if you bring in a group of unvetted people and you try to incorporate them into society where they don't have the same, I don't want to call it standards of living, but they don't want to live the way that, say, like somebody that was born and raised in Africa was obviously raised in a different kind of way of life, either religiously.
In what way is their quote unquote way of life different insofar as that you would say that like they shouldn't be allowed into our country? That's really weird that you're specifically just applying this to the continent of Africa.
Well, I mean, you just see the videos of these migrant boats that land in France and are in England or Spain or Italy. They're all over the internet.
What's wrong with that? Because immigration is really good. You said it was unvetted, but if you want to vet more people, then make the legal process go quicker and provide a pathway to citizenship for anyone who's in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. And then if you're talking about standards of living being bad insofar as that like it would be a reason that you wouldn't let them come to the country, would you say that Jewish people fleeing the Holocaust during the rise of Nazi Germany, do you think that they specifically should have been allowed to come to the United States?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I lost a little connection there.
Yeah, Jewish people fleeing persecution in the Holocaust during Nazi Germany, do you think that they should have been able to come to the United States because their standards of living were incredibly horrible, right?
Well, Germany. I mean, they were totally fleeing complete political persecution.
Okay, so then like bad standards of living. So having bad standard of living doesn't mean that it is the case
that's a bad standard of living where your government wants to murder you.
Exactly. So then like just because it is the case that they have a bad standard of living doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to come to our country, correct?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
that's exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. No, there's a right and wrong way to do so.
Okay, and what's the right way and okay, so wait. Are you saying the right way is following the law? So, do you think that Donald Trump needs to follow due process for undocumented immigrants?
Can you explain more?
Yeah, the 14th Amendment says that everyone within the country gets due process if they commit a crime. So, would you say that undocumented immigrants should receive due process, right? And Donald Trump shouldn't be able to violate their due process rights because it takes too long to go through the court process and because it would cost too much to set up such a court process. That's what he was claiming as a reason as to why he doesn't need to follow through with due process rights for undocumented immigrants, but that would be him deporting people in the wrong way. So why do undocumented immigrants have to go through the context of the right way, but Trump doesn't have to?
Yeah, I guess I don't have a necessarily enormous rebuttal to that. I just think that if you're here illegally, I mean, if you were a legal immigrant in this country, what do you think their stance would be on illegal immigration?
It depends on who you're talking to. I mean, I don't think that there is a monolith of opinions for immigrants. Obviously, immigrants across the board will have different opinions. I think that my prescription is going to be the best prescription as it's my prescription, right? Obviously, I would tell you what my most preferable condition would be. So anyone in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. That's the best way to vet as many people as possible.
Well, you think a violent crime or I think you said bad crime. Is that kind of
a crime that is so bad insofar as that someone should be deported? Because I don't think that coming to the country undocumented, which is a misdemeanor, is a quote-unquote bad crime.
Would that be kind of like an opinionated, what everyone has a different kind of idea on what they consider to be a bad crime, right?
Of course.
So therefore, who sets that precedent?
Well, from my perspective, me.
Right. But again, you're not the one that's sitting in political office.
So?
Half of America that voted. Obviously, I know not every American votes. I wish more people did vote. Both sides. Everyone should vote. If you're able to vote. We voted him in because our standards think that illegal immigration should not. That was one of his big points. We don't want people living here that do not abide by Western society.
What does that mean? What do you mean, abide by Western society? What the fuck does that mean?
Cultural norms here in the United States.
Like what?
Hello?
Like what? What cultural norms?
Hello?
Yeah, what cultural norms?
Just basic roll of the land, dude. This is a Christian nation. I'm not saying you have to be a Christian to live in America. That is freedom of religion anywhere, right? But as far as I don't know, something as simple as not throwing garbage everywhere. Some of these uncivilized countries are messes. They're dirty. They don't follow.
Okay, so you trying to say that like immigrants coming to the country are bringing trash and garbage to this country is actually fucking disgusting. You associating countries around the world to be quote unquote dirty or filled with garbage is actually gross and incredibly bigoted, and it's actually ill understanding, right? The set of conditions that exists around the world. You think that the only clean areas in the world are quote unquote Western civilizations. That's heavily bigoted terminology. If you don't understand it yourself, it really is. It genuinely is.
I don't.
Considering every other country other than a Western civilized country to be specifically, that's what you said, by the way, specifically to be, what are you saying? You're cutting me off like mid-sentence.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you considered everything other than a quote-unquote Western civilized society to be dirty, right? Or have so much garbage, which is disgusting because, heavily speaking, Western civilization is heavily coded by people on the right to mean literally just white countries, disproportionately white countries. That's what they mean, right? And typical, right? And it is the case that clearly they're trying to associate not being majority white with there being a greater level of like quote unquote garbage and trash, which is disgusting and bigoted.
I also would like for people to come to this country and kind of learn our language and stuff and be able to.
There's no one language of this country. This country speaks plenty of different languages. If you want so badly to understand what they're saying, how about you learn different languages?
If I wanted to learn language, I would move to their country.
Again, there is no specific like language of our country.
Yes, it's English.
No, it's not.
It is. As much as you don't want to say it is, it is.
It's not, though. It literally isn't.
Okay. We disagree there.
Well, I mean, I don't know why we disagree. Because it is the case that there's literally no factual basis for saying it's our like designated legal language. There's no designated legal like official language of the United States. There's plenty of different languages that are spoke here in the United States, and that's amazing. We love that. That's an amazing thing about America, is that so many people from all around the entire world can come here and can make such a great country living together.
Who do you?
That's the idea of immigration, is that you want to make a great country, everyone together, and that specifically there being people coming from around the entire world does not mean that we can't make a great country. That's one of the things that would make the country great. Now, there are plenty of different elements of this country that are not great, but that's not because of immigrants.
Yeah, immigration's not like the biggest problem. I have a question for you. Is who do you foresee being on the next ticket in the 28 election for the Democratic Party? Just curious question. We don't need to debate anyone. I'm just genuinely curious.
I don't know.
Do you foresee Kamala running again?
Maybe.
Or do you think that the Democrats will heavily lean towards like an AOC? I don't think there's no way in heck that Bernie Sanders runs, because I think he's just way too old at this point.
Probably true, but I mean, what's the point of this? I don't really know what's gonna lead to.
There is no point. I was just kind of curious to see how the.
Can I ask you a question? Can you name one Christian norm that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than, say, for example, Kamala Harris?
Christian norm.
Yeah, or Christian ideal.
I mean, just accepts Jesus Christ as a savior. I've never heard Kamala Harris. I've never heard Kamala Harris ever speak about her faith or anything like that.
She is a Christian. So can you try again? Name one Christian ideal that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris booed people out or kicked them out of a rally over saying praise Jesus or whatever they said.
No, they weren't. No, they were heckling the crowd. They were Trump supporters, and she was telling them to go to a Trump rally down the street because they're at the wrong rally.
They said praise the Lord or Jesus is king or whatever.
That was completely cut off context. If you watch the whole context, they were heckling the crowd. They're Trump supporters, and she was telling them to go to the Trump rally down the street.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'll go back and watch it again. I'm not. You're just like, you got these quick quips. You're good at it. I'll give you credit there. I mean, but you do this all day, so I mean, I guess this is basically your job. So, man, I respect the hustle.
Okay, so then, like, could you tell me maybe something about Christianity Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent? Because it doesn't seem like you have anything.
Donald Trump as a Christian?
Kamala Harris is a Christian.
No, that's your question. Is how is Donald Trump a Christian?
No, can you name one Christian ideal that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
Every day waking up.
Kamala Harris wakes up every day. I'm confused. They just left. Okay. That was very embarrassing. I'm not going to lie. That was really embarrassing. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Kyra, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I did see that, but I mean, it still might be possible that she is. Orange, thank you so much for the $69 on Venmo. Can we have some W's for Orange in the comment section right now for the $69? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Altered, thank you for the $10 for It's Not Fetus Friday, it's Toddler Tuesday. Oh my gosh, that's actually perfect. Jenna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Jenna. Lewis as well, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual.
Hey, what's
up? How old are you?
43.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
For sure, for sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would still vote for him.
Okay, for sure. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick here on YouTube, and then we'll go on to our conversation.
Yeah, no problem.
Witch, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Witch in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Nina, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jay Lee, thank you so much for the $10. Twice, thank you so much for the $10, $20 a whole. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Aaron, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Witch, again, thank you for the $10. Bix, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Levi, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Josh, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much, Josh. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to go into this next conversation. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go into the conversation. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I don't know. Yeah, so I'm in the finance field. I also own a lot of apartments and buildings and stuff like that. So for me, I'm probably also part of the probably the top 3%, right? So top 3%, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I have an echo?
Oh, I apologize. That was me just trying to set up
okay.
something on my YouTube chat.
So for me, it's just about like my financial responsibilities. Like I don't really care about his character. I could care less about anybody, whether it was Kamala or Trump. But as far as somebody being like Kamala, as far as somebody being like financial conservative, you know, it behooves me to vote for Trump.
Okay. Can you name one Trump economic policy that is better for the context of the entire country?
No, I wouldn't say really the economic policies. What I'm going to really go for is the Department of Energy enforcement changes as far as like appliances and the cost of appliances, and to be able to propose like lower costs, even if they're less efficient, to be able to end the government overreach on appliances and stuff like that. So for me, it's about like one.
So you want less safety regulations in order to have lower costs so that you can make more money?
No, it's not safety regulations. It's actually the fact that they might be less efficient. and they're not
Can you
energy
give me an
star
example of
related.
a specific regulation the Democratic administration is advocating for, the Republican administration is not advocating for, that it would be beneficial to get rid of?
Okay, so Biden had regulations to reduce like efficiencies that the appliances had to be Energy Star. They also couldn't run propane or fuel oil for certain things and things like that. Yeah, I know I'm taking you way off topic as a different thing, but what really touches me is like the fact of this. Like if I want to run a propane water heater, I can. Where in during the Biden regulations, they would cost more. They were making stuff that was more energy efficient cost less than the less efficient stuff cost more.
What specific and policy did you find this from? Because the appliances, cooking appliances, said its regulation will be implemented in 2028.
Yeah, so it was under the Department of Energy enforcement change.
It's
He
not even
didn't
in
make a
place yet.
policy. Well, he rescinded those things. Is what he did.
No, it was set to be in place by 2028, so it's never been in place quite yet.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that he's rescinding them,
And
which
this
I
is
think is
and
good.
this is on cooking appliances that includes gas stoves. So it's literally just like it says the finalized rule is less stringent than the DOE's original proposal made in 2023 that was subsequently abandoned after a cry from citizens, restaurants, and others. The final rule is expected to affect 3% of gas stove models and 23% of electric stoves on the market, rather than half the gas stove models
Yeah,
as the original proposal.
23% of electric stoves is actually pretty high.
That's not that much. Yeah, and it said literally that your idea that they wanted to like ban those certain things is a myth. So I would love to see a source that justifies anything you just said, because
Alright, so on the White House, it's the fact sheet from May 9th, 2025. Rescinding burdensome water rules. He signed a memorandum to eliminate restricted water pressure.
What is
and
the title
efficiency
again?
rules. It's called Fact Sheet. President Donald Trump rescinds useless water pressure standards.
Fact sheet. Donald Trump. What?
Rescinds useless water pressure standards.
Water pressure.
But further on down, it goes more towards the lines of.
Okay. Here we are.
Well, it was a resolution, not an executive order.
They wanna get rid of. This is from 1992. And all it does is say work with the director of office and legislative affairs to recommend to Congress any water pressure or related energy efficiency laws, including the Energy Policy Act of 1992, that should be repealed or amended. That's what they say. So they're just like gonna ask. It's not saying they've done anything necessarily.
Yeah, because it's not an executive order. It's a whatchamacallit? Resolution.
So they just say that they've done this to numerous things, and they don't even specify which ones they are. So this is nothing. This isn't like saying any policy. It's literally just saying, right, like that they want to rescind things. What regulations? That's the question that it begs.
Well, do you think that they should like, especially you live in California, right? I know that a lot of California like toilets have a 2-button system. They also, you guys can only like, you have to have certain shower heads to be able to produce less pressure or something like that. So that way you guys can save.
It's not everywhere. But what's wrong with that?
Well, because wouldn't you want the water pressure, especially for like people?
I'm sorry,
who
I don't have an issue with water pressure living here.
Well, I'm talking from the perspective of people who have like their own wells and stuff like that. Why shouldn't?
If you're having an issue with water pressure, for example, your shower, just get a different shower head. That typically fixes it. From what I've dealt with.
Okay.
I live in LA and I don't have issues with water pressure. We have more stringent regulations than the rest of the country, right?
Yeah, you guys do.
Okay, so then like, what's your point here? Like, I mean, is that you said something relating to water pressure, but you can't even specify specifically what. The source you provided in terms of the like the White House doesn't even specify a certain policy. So then, like, what are you referencing in particular to say that Donald Trump has better economic policy? Because I can mention a million different things that Trump is worse on economically speaking. Would you like me to mention some?
Like what?
Yeah, well, we can reference Big Beautiful Bill, which is cutting 420,000 children on average off of their free school lunch and
It
breakfast.
makes me more money.
What?
It saves me a lot more money.
So I'm sorry. So you're willing to cut 420,000 children off of their free school lunch and breakfast on average per month because it quote unquote saves you money?
Yeah, because I really don't care about like
You
other
don't care about
people's.
hungry and starving
I care
children?
about myself. I care about myself.
You don't care about hungry and starving children?
I don't think that we have a starving children epidemic in America. I think we have an obesity problem in
Wait,
America.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you saying that we should cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast and we should get rid of food programs for people who need it? Because it is the case that there are people in our country that specifically are obese. Is that your argument?
No, state programs will still be able to do this.
I'm sorry. So if a certain state wants to starve children, you'd be okay with that?
No, they're not starving children.
Literally, yes, this bill will lead to starving children in schools.
No, I would say
yes,
no.
it will. Yes, it will. Wait,
How?
if you want to
How?
save money, why are you going after like literally food for children? Why aren't you going after the DoD? Why aren't you going
You're
after
trying
the
to
subsidies for
attack me with a
massive and
moral
big fossil
position?
fuel companies?
The problem is you're trying to attack me for a moral position when, at the end of the day, like I just said, America doesn't have a starving problem. We have an obesity
Yes, we
problem.
do. We do have a starving problem, right? And we have health related
Name-
problems. We have health related problems in
name
general in
the
this country.
source for that,
We
please,
we have
Parker.
health related problems in this country in general because it is the case that we do not have a universal healthcare system. We don't have any type of system specifically to
Okay.
benefit people's health, right, on a broad scale in terms of socioeconomic programs. Those things are all important, right? Also, like there are plenty of food deserts around the United States and areas in which people can't get adequate access to healthy foods in the United States. Thirdly, we also need to also have like educational resources for access to different types of dietary needs, right? That it also is different depending upon someone's medical needs. So if someone can't afford access to insurance or for checkups, well, then oftentimes they won't be able to go to a medical professional that would be able to help them with their dietary needs, like their specific dietary needs, like how I need specific dietary needs.
Yeah, state. So you made the claim that there are starving kids in America.
Yes.
State your claim. Well, where can I find that on the internet to prove your claim that there's starving kids in America?
So you think there are 0 starving children in America?
I think there is some people that do starve, but
Okay, so you agree with me
On
that there are
average,
starving children in
America-
America, right?
yeah, but on average,
So
America.
you want to
doesn't have a
cause there to be
starvation.
more starving children by restricting children's access to free school lunch and breakfast. Many children, especially children that I knew when I was younger, relied on free school lunch and breakfast in order for them to have food.
Yeah.
Like
And
you understand that this is necessary.
Saying that, okay, according to data collected from the 2021 to 2023 by the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Household food insecurity affected 17.9%, 6.5 million of households with children in 2023. That's the sources from the USDA.
I got the USDA. The highest percentage of household experiencing food insecurities would definitely be red states. Blue states don't really have the problem.
Oh, okay. So you agree, red states, there are more people that need help. So actually, you're going to be harming
Well,
red states
I
disproportionately.
don't like red states. I'm not a fan of red states.
Are you? Why?
See, you gotta understand that I am a Republican, but I'm not MAGA. I don't follow all those.
You don't
Those
like
stupid
red
people.
states? What? Don't you like everyone in this country?
I'm not particularly fond of people in red states, though.
But are you
But
fond
I
of
think
people? Are you
you-
fond of people in blue states?
No, here's the problem.
I'm asking.
You're not
no,
really
hold
talking
up.
about
Are you fond of people in blue?
starvation.
Are you fond of people in blue states?
Yeah, I like people in blue states.
Why do you not like people in red states then?
Because I think a lot of them are stupid.
You think your own side is stupid?
No, I don't claim them as my own side. Like I said, I'm not MAGA, but I'm definitely a
You
Republican.
do support Donald Trump. You said if you would go back into, if you could
Yes,
go
I
back in
do.
time, you would vote for Donald
Yes.
Trump over Kamala Harris, and then you're calling your
because
own
of my
team
financial
dumb.
status. Because of my financial status.
So you're
But I
calling.
think
So are you calling other people dumb because it benefits you at the expense of them?
Yeah. No.
Nice, nice. Yeah, there. You literally just told us exactly what you were actually thinking.
But I think there's a more of a poverty issue than a starvation issue. Because even people
Wait, I'm
who,
sorry. I'm sorry. You understand that starvation would be an aspect of poverty for many people. So if you address poverty, you
Where
can
does
also
the
address
US
starvation.
where does
Now
the
you
US
understand
rank
that
in poverty?
you understand that like the people who are advocating to address both of them are Democrats, not Republicans, right? And also, you're advocating to literally increase the level of poverty by supporting people like Donald Trump. Because it is the case that he involves himself with policy that decreases taxes on rich people, such as yourself, to increase taxes on working class Americans and people in need. I have a question. Do you make over $400,000 a year?
Yeah.
Yeah? So you're saying on the little bit you'll get extra on what you make over $400,000 a year, you're willing to say that just because of that money, you're willing to kick hundreds of thousands of children on a monthly basis off their access to free school lunch and breakfast?
No, because we got to understand that the cause of this so-called insecurities that you're talking about are poverty and low-income people, the high cost of living in certain places, the systematic.
Can you tell me what Donald Trump's housing affordability policy is?
No, I actually don't. You want to
So
enlighten
how is
me on
Trump
that?
going to address any of those conditions?
You want to? Oh my god. Yeah, see, you can't even. I'm looking at something. Hold on. I'm looking at this. Hold on. Where's the United States on this? Yeah.
Wow.
You know what the starvation per death in 2021 for
What did I
100K
just say?
There's only been about 100 a year.
Do you remember my
starvation
question? Do you remember what
in
I
the United
said?
States. No, what did you say? No.
I literally said something to you and you just completely ignored it and you just like were silent for a bit looking at something.
Yeah, because like I said, I was trying to looking at this.
You were what?
Yeah. There's been less than 100 people on average per year that die of starvation in America.
So you will increase that
Oh,
number?
it's like I said, it's not a
by the way, wait,
starvation
you understand that number will...
Like I just said, no.
If you reduce people's access to food, that number will increase in America. And also, I wonder where you're getting that number from. And each of those are people. No one in this country should die of starvation. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, nobody should, but we have one of the lowest starvations per 1,000 people, right?
So then why do you want
And
to
I'm
make it
looking at
worse by
this-
reducing access to food?
This is the World Population Review.com of starvation deaths by country in 2025. The United States doesn't even register.
So do you want to address the fact that you're going to cause more people to die and that no one should die because of lack of food access? And for
I
the
don't think that
people who
no-
are food insecure, they should not be food insecure. They should be able to have adequate access to food.
Okay, so the starvation deaths in 2019 was 0.7 per 100,000 people. So we're talking what? 700 or 70?
Dude, I don't think anyone
Yeah, but
should be
what
killed.
I'm saying is that we don't have a starvation problem.
Yes, we
have
do.
an obesity
You know
problem.
what that number should be? Zero.
We have an
That
obesity-
number should be zero.
No country in the world has zero.
You said no country has zero? You
No
understand?
country in the world.
Wait, what's your source on that? I could find a place that has zero.
I'm looking. No, like United Kingdom is actually 0.1%. That's like the lowest. There's still going to be people who die of starvation, right? We understand that, but we have a more probability of somebody having obesity than starving. Like,
Would you?
if you have 100 people,
can I ask you a question?
yes.
Do you think it's the most important specifically to ensure that you can reduce the amount of people that die as much as you possibly can?
No, yes, but it's a matter of fact that people are going to die by starvation.
Okay, so
But
let's
it's
address.
very less. It's
let's address
very,
some of
very
these.
less in the United States.
Let's
And
address
you-
wait. Saying that there are less deaths in the United States compared to other places around the world does not mean that we can't reduce the likelihood of people dying in the United States due to starvation. Secondly, if you want to address health in this country, the way that
talking about a couple
hold on, let me please
hundred
finish. Let me
people.
please finish. The way that we address health in this country is specifically by having a broader access to health insurance in this country. Is by not reducing people's access to food. Reducing people's access to food and reducing people's access to health insurance literally makes health worse in this country. You know what also makes health worse in this country? Saying that Tylenol causes autism when there's no evidence indicating
No,
that.
I would say
There's no good
because
evidence
Tylenol is
indicating
really
that
regulated.
Tylenol during pregnancy causes autism.
Yeah, I know. Then and I think that's stupid because we got to understand that Tylenol, Advil, Aleve are highly regulated medicines in the world.
So then why is Donald Trump saying that? So then why is
Because
he
they
saying
wanna
that there
push up
are
on
no
women with
negatives by not
vaccines
taking
and
Tylenol when it's one of the most important things for people to have access to during the context of
See,
pregnancy?
I love
Because there's
how you move
essentially
the
no other
goalpost.
options.
Parker moved the goalpost from starving kids to Tylenol.
Wait, I'm
Great-
talking about.
great move,
Wait. You
Parker.
You brought up health, and I'm addressing how this administration is actively harming people's health in this country by
Yeah, I
fucking
don't think
lying to them.
RFK
Wait, you understand that they're being lied to when Donald Trump says that there's no negatives to not taking Tylenol during the context of pregnancy for people that need it. You understand it is the case that they literally will be in worse sets of conditions for their health, for the health of the pregnancy, right? And that's going to harm people who are actively pregnant.
Yeah, you diverted. You heavily diverted.
You brought this up,
We
and
were
I responded
talking
to
about
it.
Starving people. You're worried about less than 1,000 people per year who die in America.
Wait, I'm sorry. Yes, I am worried about. I'm worried about people who die due to starvation in this country, regardless of the number of people.
How many people in our 360 million, 340 million?
I'm sorry.
How many
Just wait. I'm sorry. Do you not care about 1,000 people? Like that's ridiculous.
It's gonna
One is too
never
many.
happen.
I don't
It's
think
gonna
anyone.
never-
I don't think anyone should starve in this country to death. No one. Not a single person in the richest country in the history of the world. Not a single person in this country should starve to death.
Dude, do you care about people who self-own their life?
Yes.
But it happens, right?
Yeah, and I would love to reduce that if
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can. Right.
So
I want to increase access to
happens
mental
very
health.
little.
Wait, I want to increase access to mental health resources. I think that's incredibly important in this country to increase access to mental health resources. I believe in universal health care, and that also is applicable to mental health care because mental health is health.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree with mental health care, right? I believe that you do have a problem with mental health care. But what you gotta understand is I'm not gonna worry about 1,000 people and 360 million people just to push your fucking agenda of saying that there's starving kids going down. No, United States does not have a starving problem. What we have is that we have overproduced food and we have an obesity problem. And you will not recognize that there is an obesity problem in this world. Or especially in our country, because we're the highest producer of food goods.
Can you explain to me how obesity is going to be less common if it is the case that you specifically cut people off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast when they're children? Explain. Oh, do you think obesity isn't going to be a thing if you cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast? I'm sorry, what thought process is this?
It's still gonna be a thing. They're still gonna have food, dude.
Well, yes, no, they
You gotta
won't.
understand
Wait, you
that-
understand? You understand?
that
For
the
many
federal
children,
government-
this is what they rely upon in order to have food. That's just the reality.
Yeah, but you have to have a problem. The federal government no longer wants their hand in this.
Wait, I have a question.
So
Is
it's gonna be a
is
state
any
problem. And
Any
that's why I said that I like blue states, because red states won't fucking deal with this. And if a couple thousand of them die of starvation, I don't really care. But blue states especially are going to have these programs run by the state, not by the federal government, to be able to make sure that people don't starve to death, to make sure that people have food. But they're also going to make more obesity problems. And obesity problems leads to Medicare, right? Medical issues, right? If you want to get back on the medical issues, yes, there's a medical problem in the United States, and we understand that. I wouldn't mind if there was a food for all. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind. I mean, health for all, right? I'm all for that. I would actually pay less money than I am right now, providing for a federal government that's doing this. You got to understand that as a Republican, I want small government, which means that I don't want the federalization reaching into my rights. And that's why I said that blue states do better, that they're still going to be able to fund. Like California is still going to be able to do food stamps for people, even though the federal regulation won't allow them to. But the Californians will still pay more in state taxes to be able to subsidize that.
So my issue with your point is that anyone in this country that would be starving to death would be indicative of something that we need to solve.
Less than
No one.
1,000
Can I please
people per
finish?
year.
Can I please finish?
Yeah, sure.
No one in this country should starve to death, right? And the idea that anyone in this country starves to death is definitely something that we need to address. Saying that it's a small percentage of the population is not a reason that you wouldn't specifically have any.
small.
Can I please finish? It would not be a reason why you wouldn't have, right, any type of conditions to prevent that from happening. Saying, for example, the amount of people who are murdered in our country is a small percentage of the population would not be evidence that we do not need laws that restrict murder.
Well, there's more people that probably do homicides than people starving to death.
You understand that you're not understanding my point. I'm saying just because
Like I said, there's more people that will self-unalive. There's more people that go on and kill. Yeah, because you know that you're losing, Parker.
I'm just trying to get you to respond to a point.
You're trying to be moral about 1,000 fucking people in the United States, and you cannot be moral on that because you're not in that situation. You won't be. But you might be paying, since you still live in California, you might be paying a little bit more state taxes to be able to cover for the people who don't starve. I would say worry about your own state than the rest of the United States, because of the fact that there's less than 1,000 people per year who die of starvation. And you're moving this point that the federal government is reducing all this, especially like food stamps, when the problem is that the United States doesn't have a starvation problem. We actually have an obesity problem because state of California
Why are you
produces how much
repeating the
of our
same thing
produce-
instead of letting me
How
finish
much
what I
of
was
our
saying?
produce comes from
Do you want
California?
me to cut you
and-
off like you're... You know what? How about this? I'm going to treat you the same way you've been treating me in this conversation. I'm going to take hold of this conversation. Stop doing this. I'm trying to make a point, and you are, instead of engaging with the point that I brought up, you're just yapping and speaking over me. Okay? So please engage with the point that I'm making, or I'm going to go talk to the next person. I'm not going to sit here and say things and not have you respond to them. I'm not dealing with that.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah.
So any level of starvation is something that we need to address. No one should starve in this country. And actively the policies you're advocating for, right, is specifically going to lead to more people starving in this country.
No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're lying.
Not at all.
Lies.
Okay, you make that claim that more people are going to starve.
Yes.
Where's your source
The
for
Congressional Budget Office.
that? Yeah, and what are they going to do?
They indicated 420,000 children are going to be cut off of their free school lunch and breakfast. 2.5 million people off of their
Not in
food.
certain
Can I please?
states,
Hey,
because the
please let me
states will
finish. I'm still.
cover.
Hey, stop! If you cut me off one more time, I will mute you every single time I speak, so that you are forced to listen to what I have to say. I am letting you speak right now on my platform. I'm letting you engage in a conversation with me. Please show me a level of decency in terms of engaging with the points that I'm bringing up, please. I'm not saying you have to specifically never cut me off again. Just please engage with the points that I'm bringing up. Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So again, like I said, any level of starvation is a problem that needs to be addressed. Okay? If any level of starvation is a problem that needs to be addressed, that means that if you are going to advocate for policies, then it should not increase the amount of people that are starving. Right?
Sure. But
Okay.
it's not going to increase it dramatically. Like, if you care about starvation deaths, why don't we start with Gaza, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Somalia, Mali, Madagascar?
Wait,
Why don't you care
yes.
about that?
Wait, I want to get rid of world
starvation
hunger.
problems.
Let's address world hunger. I totally agree.
Yeah, but world hunger does not focus on the United States and like Great Britain and like France.
Wait,
because we're the
world hunger
lowest-
includes hunger in the United States.
Yeah, but we're the lowest countries with the least starvation.
Wait, I'm sorry.
You
That
know
doesn't
what?
mean that we shouldn't
Starvation
address
enough.
any level. Wait, we should address starvation everywhere. Correct?
Yeah. You know who has less starvation than us?
Wait, I'm sorry.
UAE.
Can you address the point that I'm making? Like, again, you keep trying to deflect away from this instead of addressing the point that
I'm
I'm
not
making.
deflecting.
You totally are. I'm asking you a very specific question, and you continue to say, what percent of the population is it? I've already given you an argument on that already, showing you that just saying that the percentage of the population affected by this being a small percent of the population does not mean that there shouldn't be laws to address it. Does not mean that we shouldn't specifically address this.
To an extent. But like I said, like my main claim is that we don't have a starving problem, we have an obesity problem.
If you keep
Because with
repeating
the
the same
largest
point without
producer of
responding to mine,
food-
I'm going to give you one more shot. If you just say the same thing without responding to what I had to say, I'm going to go on to the next person.
One more shot.
Okay. You understand that we have a problem relating to health in this country, and we have a problem relating to starvation in this country. And I think that they're interrelated. Because if you reduce people's access to food, not only does that harm their health, but it also harms their ability to have food, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, which can increase them to their likelihood of starving.
We have a health problem. I acknowledge that we have a health problem.
Okay.
But I'm not acknowledging that the fact that we have a starvation problem.
Okay. Well, then, can you tell me, do you think any level of starvation is a problem?
In certain contexts, yes. Depending on the population.
So any level of starvation is a problem, right? I believe that. I think you should believe that as well. So given that that's the case, we should address it. You agree with me that there is a problem then, because there is a level of starvation in this country.
Once again, my claim is going to be that we actually produce the most amount of food for people in the U.S., especially California, especially middle of South Carolina, California.
I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. I'm really trying. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
For sure. Can I say thank you to some people real quick, and then we can go on with our conversation?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm going to say thank you to some people, and then we can go on with our conversation. Morgan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zello, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Madeline, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Milena, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Michael with the $5. I appreciate it. William with the $1. Give some W's for William. Burn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thelka, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $56 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thekla, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $56. Thank you. As well as Anya, thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Anya. Can we get some W's for Anya in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Anya. I work for a soup kitchen. Food insecurity decreases health and well-being in families. Absolutely. Absolutely. Families struggling with food insecurity are often going without healthcare, transportation, etc. to stretch limited funds by providing food. They have more funds to meet other basic. Oh yeah, by providing food, they have more funds to be able to provide other things for their life. Absolutely, absolutely. That's why it's so important for a baseline. I totally agree. Let me go through the context of YouTube as well, and then we'll go into the conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Lauren, thank you for the $1. Howard with the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Put some W's for Howard as well in the comment section. Thank you. Green Scare, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Jeremy with the $5. Alex with the $17. Thank you so much, Alex. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Tim, thank you so much for the $2. Jeremy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Mike, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Kim with the $2. Carolina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you for the $2. Ponch, thank you so much for the $10. Jeffrey with the $10. Thank you. And Liz, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to go into the debates right now. I do apologize. I appreciate everyone coming through. For sure. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump. When I first voted for him, I believed in the American First agenda that he was pushing, and also the border. Those were my two biggest issues.
Okay. Could you tell me any America First policy or border policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Not policy per se, but executive orders. You know what I mean? For him, his executive orders that he took to take action on the border. American First with the tariffs. People tariff us all the time. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm an economist, but it's time for us to start tariff people who tariff us and sell our goods to countries that don't want to accept our goods, but yet are going to tariff the hell out of us for their goods to come into here.
Okay, so one, an executive order isn't necessarily a specific border policy, and then secondly, tariffs. What would a tariff be?
A tariff?
Like, what is a tariff?
A tariff is basically a tax, man, on goods, man.
What type of tax?
What type of tax? I don't know. What would be the type of tax of this?
Okay. A tariff is a tax on an imported good, and that tax is paid by the American business importing the product, and it's passed down to the American consumer. So it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution, and it's not a tax on the profits, meaning that it's going to be a greater percent passed down to the consumer, which is going to disproportionately negatively impact low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods comparative to people who are richer.
Okay, so like when countries have to pay that tariff for their goods to come in here, where does that extra money go?
That money that when they have to pay the tariff goes to the government.
Okay, then what does the government do with it?
They can utilize it in any way they want to.
Okay.
But it's gonna harm consumers in this country, and it's gonna be disproportionately taking that money from low and middle income individuals rather than through the context of a progressive income tax, disproportionately taking it from people who have more money, who make more money, right?
I don't know, man, because true, I could agree. I agree with that. Like, I ain't like hardcore, like blind. But also, would you also agree that this extra money coming into our government in the long run, we keep getting this money coming into our government. Isn't that going to help with like the Fed? I would have to say loan rates, our deficits. Wouldn't that help in the long run?
No, because it is the case that you're getting the revenue disproportionately from working class people, whereas otherwise you can get it through the context of increasing income tax, which would disproportionately affect rich people. If you're talking about Harris's campaign plans, she was going to keep all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act applicable to income under $400,000 a year, and then she was going to increase taxes on. By the way, can you not do that in the mic, please? And then he was going to increase taxes on income over $400,000. Sorry, she was going to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year, whereas Donald Trump was going to, comparative to Kamala Harris, increase taxes on working class people through the context of increasing tariffs.
Oh, so he ain't just taxing us. It's through tariff. But at that same point, you're getting extra money from these other nations, right? Putting into our government, and you're not going to agree in the long run that that's going to help our deficits?
So you're thinking
it
the
would.
other
Just say
country-
yes, it would. Just say yes, it would, because it would.
So you're
Just
thinking,
say yeah.
So you're thinking,
Dude, just say yeah.
You're thinking the other countries pay it. The other countries are not paying the tariff. That's not how tariffs work. Tariffs are paid by the
Well,
American.
who pays it? Who pays it?
The American business that's importing the product, and it's passed down to the consumer
Oh.
because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution.
Okay, so like if we have a tariff for you to bring your good in, right? And you got that ship is about to hit our docks. You know what I mean? So they unload those goods, and that nation didn't pay anything on that tariff.
No.
The tariff is going to be paid once I pay for that good that comes off that ship.
Yeah. The American importing business pays
Then
it to the government.
why do Chinese go through third-party nations to ship their goods here now? Like, why were they trying to go through Canada and Mexico to get their goods here to basically, right, so they can avoid that tariff, right? Why would they do that if it's just going to go on to us?
Because it is the case that then if the trade is designated from between...
Okay, because I'm fucking right, dude. You suck.
Hold up, I'm trying to explain it to you. So if the tariff is... He left? Why did he just leave? Hey, dude, I'm totally willing to explain it to you and to talk to you about it, but you just decided to run away because you actually got proven wrong? I literally have an economics degree. You clearly don't understand economics at all. And I was simply just trying to explain to you what a tariff is, because you clearly did not understand what a tariff was. You were thinking that the other country pays the tariff, which is not true. But when another country around the world sends their products here, if it is specifically China rather than being a different country, when they're doing so, the tariff is higher for the American company that's importing the product. So it's still paid by the American company importing the product, just specifically when they engage in trade with China or countries from China, comparative to countries or companies from China rather than companies from other countries. What was the person's name? I'll add them back up. I think they're just clearly scared and had to run away because they got debunked in real time. He was so mad. He got really triggered. Jimmy? Jimmy, why are you so triggered, bro? Come on, Jimmy. Come back in the live. You were clearly triggered. Clearly triggered, Jimmy. Tracy, thank you so much for the $5. Jose, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Milena, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, free school lunch is so important. Jordan, thank you. Aspen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Madeline, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Zello, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $4. Thank you. No, I definitely wouldn't. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody. Alrighty. Veronica, thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Check. Give some W's for Veronica in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Veronica. W's for Veronica in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. That is nuts. Thank you so much. That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you so much, Veronica. W's for Veronica in the comment section right now. By the way, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Subscribe to me if you haven't already on YouTube as well. We're going to go into the next person here real quick. Carol, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Making us destroy their lives, their habitats.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Maga, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
My dad does. I was wondering if you wanted to debate him.
And you said you were how old again?
I'm 19.
For sure. Yeah. If your dad's right there, I'll totally debate them.
Let me go grab him real quick.
Alrighty. In the meantime, everyone, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. It will help get it out to more people. Do give it a second, though, everyone. Alrighty. Do give it a second. Tess, thank you so much for the $1. I just appreciate you being here. Mika, thank you for the $2. Absolutely. Free Palestine. Absolutely. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. In the meantime, I might add someone else up to help them out real quick. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Pamela, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Pamela. Thank you. And Yura, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for Yura in the comment section right now. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
Oh.
And by the way, Johnny, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Put some W's for Johnny in the comment section right now. Thank you, Johnny. W's for Johnny in the comment section right now. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Dean. I love watching you on my phone.
I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Hi, my dad's here.
Absolutely. Appreciate you. Go for it.
So, here you are, Dad.
So, what do you want to debate?
Yeah, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's fixing the economy that Biden ruined.
Okay, how did Biden ruin the economy?
Unemployment, higher gases, higher food, higher eggs, everything.
Okay, so there's a few things like this with this. Donald Trump recently just indicated that the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was engaging in politically biased information and releasing such terrible numbers for their jobs reports. So he fired them and he hired a new individual, and they indicated even less jobs for the next month after that. So he actually thought that the numbers were so bad that he had to fire the person that was in office and bring a new person in. And then it was even worse the next month. It's actually around 7 to 10 times lower in terms of new jobs each month compared to what it was under the Biden administration a year ago. Plus, we've seen unemployment increase since Trump got in office. And since Liberation Day, it's gone from 2.3% inflation to 2.9% inflation. And it can continue to rise as inflation puts upward pressure on prices.
So why has the employment gotten worse when the American economy is getting better and people are having more work, jobs, and the facts that you just got, where did you get that information from?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics. The Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates that real GDP growth is less than what it was under the Biden administration. Like literally, like we can point to like the Q1 and Q2 statistics for 2025 from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that indicate that real GDP is lower average growth comparative to the previous months, previous few months, especially previous few quarters. And then we can also point to how inflation has gone up again. That's again from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Oh, well, I haven't reviewed that data yet, so I'll have to do that. So are you saying that Biden had a better economy than Trump?
Within many ways, the economy would be better off right now if it was the case that a Democrat were in office. There were certain aspects of the Biden administration.
All right, what Democrat would you say will be in office right now?
Well, like I was, for example, it was Kamala Harris.
All right, well, obviously she would never get voted in because she never won the first primary, and she only got in because it was handed to her. And since it was handed to her, she really blew that away, and she spent millions and millions of dollars to try to win the election, which she owes a lot of $1 million back. So she doesn't even know how to handle money. So why would she do better with the economy if she can't handle the own money that was given to her?
So the idea that like she spent more money than she got for her campaign wasn't justified. I never saw any like legitimate source that justified that, and actually every single source that said that was debunked. Like when they originally put that out after the election.
No, it's not debunked.
Secondly,
It was just on the ABC News not too long ago, and it's she owes that money back.
Well, I'd love to hear a title for that. But if you want to reference the primary was the Biden-Harris ticket. They won the ticket. So if it is the case that the president steps down from the ticket, the vice president steps up. That's how vice presidents and presidents operate. So that's the best set of precedents.
It never gave the American people the option to vote for her to run. They could have picked somebody else that gave the people a chance to vote for her. And with Harris, right now she's out playing the blame game on everybody else why she did not win. She just blamed her VP pick. That was his fault. And just the other day,
she didn't.
I think it was Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow asked her why she was not allowed to have Beditu, or whatever the guy's name was, run as a VP. Yes, and she asked that, and that was on Rachel Maddow, I do believe, or Maddow. And she said she didn't want him to be VP because of his sexual background.
She specifically said that like that it was the case that she felt like she was asking the country too much, right? Specifically for like the 107 days that she was running within. So that's actually what she indicated in the context of the book. So she was pushing back on the framing that people were bringing up. She wasn't doing it just because he was gay. She was doing that because of the fact that society in general, right, would have been less likely to vote for a ticket that included, right, her along with someone who is going to be gay 107 days prior to this point. So it's not the fact that he's gay. It's actually going to be the response that people would have typically in the context of society. Now, we can talk about whether or not we disagree with that. Now, I don't think that should have been something that we were considering. I don't think that would have been the most relevant thing in that context. I think there would have been plenty of other things we would have brought up that would have given us a better shot at winning the election, rather than focusing specifically on Buttigieg in terms of like how people would perceive in general society his sexual orientation. And then also like she did win the primary. It was the Biden-Harris ticket. Like, so they already voted in that ticket. And then like if the president steps down, the vice president steps up. And 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee.
Oh, and why did she lose really bad if 80% was satisfied with that?
80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied. Why did she lose? She didn't lose really bad. It was a pretty close election, actually, if you look at it in terms of how many people in each particular
lost
state.
the popular vote.
Yeah,
she lost the electoral vote and the popular vote.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a close election.
Okay, well, anyway, she lost big time. You know that she lost big time, too. There's no.
Do you think that Trump lost big time in 2020?
I think the election was stolen because they had the mail-in ballots.
Okay, so how did Trump vote?
To tell you the truth, I don't know how he voted. But then again, if he voted mail-in ballot also, then it shouldn't be allowed. I don't think mail-in ballots should exist. So that's how Democrats.
So Donald Trump did. So Donald Trump did vote mail-in ballot. Do you think his ballot should not have been allowed in? Do you think?
I don't know how he voted. Do you know how he voted?
Yeah, mail-in. Secondly, it is the case that like our veterans that are around the entire world, right? That are.
I know I'm a vet.
Yeah, that they rely on mail-in ballots specifically if they're not in the United States and say they're on duty.
And then it should be limited to people who cannot walk in, and then they should also show ID when they vote.
So like during COVID, it was the case that like it didn't make sense for as many people to walk in to vote because it was the case that there was a global pandemic. So the idea that we would have a greater level of mail-in ballots during the context of a pandemic would make total sense. Plus, we still had mail-in ballots in 2024, and you don't think that election was rigged?
No, but there was a lot less mail-in ballots in 2024. So because more states require people to walk in and vote. Well, it's we'll have to do research on that. I don't know if it's true either, but I know and that's what I've heard.
Okay.
Because just like how you claim,
where did you hear that?
Just like how you claim that economy was worse under Trump, you heard that too, but it's nowhere out there.
So if you're talking about mail-in ballots, yeah, there was a definitely an increase in how many people were voting by mail as a percentage of the people who voted.
In 2024?
In 2020 versus 2024.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
But
are you?
there's still a relatively high share of people that are using mail-in ballots, but of course we would expect that during a pandemic, right?
You know what? I mean, here we are in Florida, and we were able to walk in and vote and all that. It's just certain states that had the stupid restrictions. I don't know what state you're in, but it was a thing that's not necessary. I mean, to this day, we see people driving around in cars with masks on, which is just stupid. They're in a car by themselves.
I don't even know where you'd see that. I haven't seen that at all. If you
I just saw it today. I just saw it today in Florida.
I think it would be more likely that someone who was wearing a mask prior just simply forgot to take off their mask, rather than them
what
thinking
state are
that
you
they
from?
need to wear the mask. I live in California. Can I please
California.
address
All right.
the
Sorry.
mail-in ballots point? Why? I think
Yeah,
California's
go
great.
ahead. How much do you pay on taxes? How much is your fuel a gallon right now?
Well, obviously gas costs more and my taxes are more, but you understand that that's something I
Why is it
understand
more?
and I still accept.
Why is it more in California than anywhere else? It's
Because we have more
California's a
social
blue state.
because we have more social services, which I actually utilize as well, right? Like I also, for example, went to like a school that was partially funded by the state of California, right? So I
So do you
benefited off of education.
Do you think all your hard work taxes should go pay the illegals to get free health care and free medical and
Undocumented
free
immigrants
food?
don't qualify for free food, free health care, and etc.
But weren't they giving that away in California?
Before we go back to this, I would love to keep addressing this. Can you address the reason why it is the case that Democrats could steal the election in 2020 but could not steal the election in 2024?
Well, for one, and 2020 is two totally different people. Biden was more supportive than Harris. So a lot of Republicans.
So it wasn't rigged. So it wasn't rigged.
No, I still think it was rigged, and there's actually facts out there.
Wait, so then why would the level of support among society for the candidates have anything to do with whether or not they could steal the election?
So all the ballots underneath the tables in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, do you think that was rigged, or do you think that was just they literally kicked out all the Republicans and they pulled out boxes and boxes of ballots from underneath the table and counted them after hours? Do you think that's a little suspicious?
So actually, there were court cases, right, in the context of Georgia on all of these different cases. None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election. 60 plus cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Well, they just got flagged for civic and election integrity. I can't even deny that that was true. That did happen, so I can't even deny that. For the person whose dad I was talking to, I wish I could have talked to them further. I wish I could have talked to them more. That's genuinely unfortunate. Genuinely unfortunate. I wish I would have been able. I could have kept up with that conversation. Maybe would have got somewhere. Yeah. If you ever have like a family member or something you want me to talk to, you can always as long as you're an adult yourself, you can have me talk to them. I would love to help convince people's family members. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet. For the people who are, I honestly don't understand how people are saying I'm lost. Like, I just explained. It is the case that he got a flag for election integrity, so he got kicked by TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help it'll help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, but I did have to say something that I have.
Oh, wrong person. I apologize. I apologize. What was that person's name? I would love to add them back up. Let me know. Let me know. I'm sorry for the lag, everyone. I don't know why I just randomly started lagging. I really apologize. Is it all good now? Is it all good now? We're all good. We're all good. Perfect. Perfect. Alrighty. I don't know why I just did that. I really apologize, everyone. I apologize. It shouldn't be doing that. Does anyone remember what that person's name was that I just kicked off? I would have loved to be able to talk to him. I just started lagging for some reason. But there's nothing I can really do about it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
My birthday is 01/02/2005.
For sure. And you said you're how old again?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay, for sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would still vote for Donald Trump, but hey, I just want to stop you there. Parker, I really appreciate you for what you did that day when Charlie Kirk, that event happened. I just want to say you're a real person. You still have a heart. I really appreciate what you said. And I know that we may have differences, but you still have a heart. You're still human, man. So I really appreciate that. I've been waiting here for an hour or two just to tell you that, honestly.
For sure.
And
so why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump. I mean, I support Donald Trump because of immigration and everything like that too. I do believe that it should be easier. Nobody should have to wait years to come into the country. But I also believe that people shouldn't be able to just come here overnight. I think there should be background checks done. I think there is a way that things could be done differently, for sure, but I don't believe that the wall should be open or people should just be able to come in illegally.
Okay, so you think that people should use the legal process to come into the country. So right now, the reason why more people come to the process undocumented is because the current legal process takes too long for people to get into the country. So,
and that's something I agree with you on. I think that the process should be easier, but at the same time, the wall should not be open for people to come over illegally. I think there should be some type of works in the way of fixing that for sure.
Yeah, so the problem I have specifically with Trump's position is that he's not trying to make the process quicker or safer. He's just trying to deport people, and disproportionately those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Democrats specifically prioritize deporting people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, but for some reason the Trump administration doesn't want to apply that exact same standard and wants to go after people who are living in the country who have not committed violent crimes and crimes that are bad to an extremely great extent. And also violating people's due process rights. So Donald Trump isn't going through the quote-unquote right way of deporting people.
Yes, sir. I totally agree with that. I think that it should be easier. I mean, we do fall at fault. I mean, I'm going to say that on the Republican side of things, that we do fall at that. I do agree with what you had to say there. Like I said myself, I think the process should be easier to become an American citizen. But at the same time, we should have extensive background checks, and it should be quicker. So I do agree with you, but I also at the same time don't agree with the wall being open.
You don't or do agree? Sorry, your mic is a little bit muffled.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. I do agree with what you had to say. But at the same time, I think that we should both work on both sides of the team here and make it so that we can do extensive background checks and get people in safer and faster, because there's no safe way of getting across the border as someone who lives in Arizona, the bordering state of Mexico. I mean, there's just a lot of bad things about how people get here, and it's just unsafe for them. I think there should be safer ways for illegal immigrants to seek asylum too. I have no problem with that. If there's something going on where their beliefs are being treated differently in a country where their lives are at risk, I think they should have a way to get here safer and faster.
Okay, so do you think the best way to incentivize people to get vetted at a greater degree is specifically to what's it called? Is to give them a pathway to citizenship if they're in the country undocumented and they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. That would be the best way to vet as many people as possible.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I guess I do agree with that to an extent.
Okay, so then if you agree with that, then it seems like you disagree with Donald Trump's or immigration policy, sorry. Therefore, then like why would you say that would be the reason why you support Donald Trump?
Okay, so yes, I do agree with what you have to say, but at the same time, as a person who lives in Arizona, I don't believe that the border should be left open. If that makes any type of sense.
The border wasn't left open.
Yeah, I know it wasn't left open, but the lack of border patrol and everybody around, if you were to know how these people were brought across the border, you would feel extremely sad about how their operations work and everything like that. How they get brought over the border illegally. It's very sad and inhumane.
Okay, so yeah, again, if you want to talk about border control, the set of conditions would be worse with Donald Trump because again, he's not providing any faster or quicker pathway to go through get into the country, whereas Democrats are, and it's not like Democrats are not advocating for border security. So like I don't understand what extra border security you get with Trump in office comparative to a Democrat that would somehow make the set of conditions overall on a net basis better. Comparative to like the Democrats' policy that would want to make it significantly quicker for people to come to the country.
I don't have a fight back answer for you. I don't know really what to say, but I'm just gonna have to let you in on that one. But my next question for you, if you're okay with that, is what about Google? Here it says on Fox News that Google has admitted to censoring political speech under pressure from the Biden administration and pledged to reinstate thousands of banned YouTube accounts.
So if they said that they did so because of the Biden administration, I'd love to see that. What's the title?
So it says here, Google admits censorship pressure from Biden admin, pledges to reinstate YouTube accounts.
Okay, so pressure from Biden admin. So all the Biden admin did was say thing that was never a condition established.
It says here.
What were the threats of force?
It says in a letter to the House committee, the company stated that the administration had pressured it to remove content despite that content not having violated YouTube's policies. So why were
which content was taken down?
It's let me pull up more information here. I'm not trying to sound dumb here. Hold on. One sec. Disclosure follows years of investigation led by
And let me know what year it was taken down to.
Okay, yeah. I'm trying to find that out for you right now. According to the letter, Google will allow creators banned for political speech on COVID-19, elections, and related issues an opportunity to return to the platform. The company emphasizes that public debate should never come at the expense of relying on authorities. Google also said it will not rely on a third-party fact checker. We will use
so then to clarify, when did they ban people? Like what year?
Let me see. I mean, they posted it today. Sorry, hold on here. 23rd at 5:39 a.m. MST.
When was it? Sorry, what year?
They just published this today. It doesn't have a date.
I'm not asking when they published it. I'm asking when they were pressured.
There is nothing on here that has a date, but it does say that the Biden administration or Biden admin pledges to, let's see here. Sorry, I'm not finding this properly.
Matt says the lawyer for Google also noted that the big tech platform censored content independently of the Biden administration based on its internal policies, but that the company has since rolled back those policies. Oh, okay, that's from your same Fox News article.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then doesn't that disprove that it's the Biden administration that did that?
I mean, I don't know. It says Google vowed on Tuesday to offer YouTube accounts that were permanently banned for political speech, the ability to be reinstated.
But through their own guidelines that since have been reverted.
Okay. I mean, it still says tech giant admitted that it once faced pressure from the Biden administration to remove content about COVID-19.
But that wasn't actually true, seemingly, because the same article you're referencing says that it was not the Biden administration. You have to read beyond the headline.
Okay, I got you. Well, it says it deeper in here, right here, just in, it says first on Fox, so that's why I viewed it and I read it, and I just wanted to debate you on that. But if their lawyer said anything like that, I mean, oh, I see right here, it says, remark shipped and document first obtained by Fox News Digital that a lawyer for the company provided to the House Judicial Committee. I don't see anything about what you said on here, but I mean, maybe if I deep into it, I will find it, but I'm not sure. I'm not seeing anything like that.
Yeah, so, I mean, are you seeing anything justifying your point in there other than, like, the title?
I mean, it says it right here. I mean, I can't really show you on the phone, but it says...
I mean, I'm looking at it on my phone right now.
Okay, let's see here.
Where I don't know are you referencing?
I gotta find it again. I just scrolled up to the top.
Yeah, I'd love to see where it says
the
that they...
document included a section about the Biden administration and said White House officials at the time pushed Google behind the scenes to remove perceived misinformation related to COVID-19. The lawyer for Google also noted that the big tech platform censored content independently of the Biden administration based on its Interpol policies, but that the company has since rolled back the...
Wait, you just
Sorry, I had a phone call. Someone called me.
Go ahead.
Did you, where did I get cut off at?
Just go back to where I was reading this.
Okay, it says the document included a section about the Biden administration and said White House officials...
Bone, thank you so much for the rhythmic bear. Sorry, I couldn't hear you because the gift was going off. Could you restart?
Yeah, that was loud. That was cool, though. It says the document included a section about the Biden administration and said White House officials at the time pushed Google behind the scenes to remove perceived misinformation related to COVID-19. The lawyer for Google also noted that the big tech platform censored content independently of the Biden administration based on its Interpol
so you just
policy.
admitted that they did it independently of the Biden administration.
Yeah, but it also says up here, that's why I'm kind of confused. Hold on, let me find it now.
In the meantime, I'll thank some people while he looks for that. Eli, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you. Mariani, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Heidi, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Bob, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The usual. Micah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Paul with the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. As well as the $50. Put some W's for Paul in the comment section right now. W's for Paul. Thank you so much, Paul. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. As well as Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much. Catherine, thank you for the 20 pounds. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you. Paul with the $10. And Micah, thank you for the $2. All right, you were saying?
It says right here, and the big tech giant admitted that it once faced pressure from the Biden administration to remove content.
But you did just read that they did so independently of the Biden administration.
Yes, but they also are saying here that they were pressured, so that's kind of just misleading and all, I guess. So there's no real fight back for that.
So it's just Fox News made an unclear article.
I guess so, yeah. I'm just going to have to take the L on that one, too. So, I mean, hey, at the end of the day...
Here's my question. How do you feel about Donald Trump wanting to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag?
I mean, for me, that's just unright for me. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that we should be burning the American flag. I mean, what great value does that bring to America for the people? What do you think the benefits from that, other than showing that we are a weaker nation?
What are the benefits from what? Sorry, I apologize.
I mean, what's the pros and the cons here of burning an American flag? You have to think about that.
I'm sorry, it should be legal. Regardless of whether or not you agree with the behavior, it should be legal because it's a symbolic speech as determined by the Supreme Court.
I mean, me and you are going to differ. I don't think the term should be that extensive for a year, but I mean, at the same time, I don't think that a nation should be burning any type of flag. That's my belief.
I'm sorry. It's legal though. It's showing dissent to the federal government, which is totally justified to do. It is free speech. It is symbolic speech as determined by the Supreme Court. So what you're actively advocating for is a violation of people's First Amendment rights.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from at that. I mean, it is free speech, and I mean, my personal beliefs, like I said, I don't believe that that's right. I don't think any nation should burn any of their flags. I don't think we should burn any nation's flags in general. I've never been the type of person to do that. But I do get where you're coming from, where it's First Amendment for sure.
Yeah, you could say that you disagree with people engaging in that type of speech. That's totally fair for you to do. That's your freedom of speech, but it's also their freedom to do so as well.
I guess so. I guess when you put in that point, yes, sir.
Sure. So, I mean, so then, like, what would get you to support Donald Trump?
I mean, like I said again, if you were to know the actual how people were transported over here illegally, you would feel extremely, extremely sad.
Yeah, I think that the best way to address immigration would be to get Democrats into office. I think that the Republicans are, like Donald Trump, are advocating to violate people's due process rights. The 14th Amendment establishes due process rights for everyone in the country, regardless of whether they're here documented or undocumented.
Sorry, say that again. You cut out for me.
Yeah, the Constitution outlines that everyone in the country, if they commit a crime, regardless of whether or not they're undocumented or documented, they are given due process. Because in order to determine that they are here undocumented, you would have to utilize due process. If you don't utilize due process, you could essentially claim anyone who's a political dissident, right, specifically, is not actually here legally, and you could just deport them based upon that notion. And just upon the administration's accusation. So I could, if I were president, just deport whoever I felt like, essentially.
I don't think that our president is necessarily deporting whoever he feels like. I feel like they didn't do the opportunity. They came here illegally. But there should be a place, like you're saying, that they should be able to come here easily. Everyone that has been deported was not.
If you want people to be able to come
paperwork.
here easily, you understand that, like, you would have to advocate for policies to make it quicker for people to come to the country, and that's just, like,
Yes,
not
sir,
the
and
case.
that's something yes. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you. That's my bad. I'll let you finish talking.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that we all as a people could help make that work. Yeah, but I mean, I still have other beliefs in Republican Party, as I believe in the Second Amendment will always protect the First Amendment also too. So, I mean, I have other beliefs other than just some of the things I have talked to you about.
Okay. So if it's the First Amendment, clearly Donald Trump is not upholding the First Amendment. He's also called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So what other things would be true about Donald Trump that would get you to support him? Because clearly it couldn't be those things.
Second Amendment. He doesn't believe in taking guns back. No gun buybacks. I'm going to have to pull up proof for you now. Hold on. I'm not trying to look dumb again.
So again, in terms of this, in terms of buybacks, the Biden-Harris administration didn't impose any buybacks, and Harris specifically wasn't advocating for buybacks in this in her admin here for this administration. She wasn't at all. And even just a consensual buyback wouldn't be an issue. Like I would have no issue with that policy. Now, like in terms of mandatory buybacks, right? Like you understand that, like, I mean, I wouldn't even have much of an issue with that, to be honest with you. And even then, that's not even something she was advocating for. Secondly, like, I think that both sides are going to disagree with the Second Amendment up to a certain extent, right? If you're going to interpret it in a manner in which any gun restriction is going to be a violation of the Second Amendment. Now, I don't interpret it that way. I interpret it in a manner in which it is the case that you need a well-regulated militia, which essentially includes that we can put practically any, like, reasonable regulation in place on guns, right? That's the interpretation I'm taking from that.
Okay.
So how is this a violation of the Second Amendment under my interpretation?
Sorry, did you say that she didn't say this?
She didn't advocate for in the 2024 term,
Okay,
2024
perfect, okay.
like run to do buybacks.
Yeah. In 2019 she did.
Okay. Do you know that Donald Trump has different views throughout his like campaign runs as well?
Yes.
And she never reinstated that particular position. And even then, if that position was still her position, that was specifically for what? Like, is that consensual or is that mandatory?
Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any backer on that. I don't have anything I can.
That'd be a pretty important thing to know, because I mean, in either way, whether it's consensual or mandatory, I don't care, right? And it still wouldn't be anywhere near as bad as what Donald Trump was advocating for, because again, under your view, you have to acknowledge this. He's calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, which would impact the entirety of the Second Amendment. So, if it impacts the entirety of the Second Amendment, right, in a negative manner to get rid of it, then how could you say that he's better for the Second Amendment?
Everyone's saying that I'm using AI. I'm not. I'm using sources off of Google, so I'm not using AI though. Sorry. Go back to what you were saying.
What did
My
you
bad.
hear?
Huh?
What did you hear?
I heard that you said that Donald Trump was not wanting Second Amendment. You were saying something about that. I'm sorry. I got distracted.
Donald Trump what?
I'm sorry. I lost track of what you were saying.
Okay. All right. So I don't know what last part you heard, so I essentially don't know what to go back to.
All right. Yeah, that's my bad, brother. You have a great rest of your day.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you so much, Gare Bear. I really appreciate the camera on. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Gare Bear in the comment section? Chelsea with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now. That's incredibly kind of you. Denise, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Denise. Thank you so much, Denise. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes here on the YouTube stream. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, my name is Matthew. I'm 19, birthday 2006 of
Do you support
August.
Donald Trump?
I do support him.
Okay.
I do support him. If I were to go back in time, I still would vote for him currently.
Okay.
So I guess I could go over like a few reasons I support him. Like some points I'm stronger on than like I know more about than others. But I kind of want to approach it like in a little different way than I normally do, just to kind of test my knowledge and stuff. But I would say in terms of the border control and how much he's been really impacted on that, I'd say from the numbers are a lot different from the last when Joe Biden was in office compared to now, and I think so far they've dramatically changed in a good way, in my opinion.
Okay. Could you name like a border policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Yeah. So it's on the big beautiful bill. I forget exactly, but he's been moving. I honestly couldn't name exactly, but based off like just the research I've been doing, what I can remember is that he's been getting. Obviously, you see all over the news about how ICE is finding people in general who are here illegally and bringing them back. Based off my knowledge, I think they're bringing them back to Mexico, I'm assuming, or maybe I'm not sure exactly, but they're locking down obviously on that. But also just in general, they've been adding more construction to the wall, the border itself, cameras and more, just upgrading it in general based off of my research.
So I'm pretty sure the big beautiful wall isn't what does that for any of those. The Remain in Mexico executive order that I think you were trying to reference, that's in reference to asylum. Now that's a legal process of immigration, and I think that the Remain in Mexico policy is actually bad because it is the case that people who have a legitimate asylum claim should be allowed to stay in our country while they have that asylum claim, especially if they are coming from Mexico.
I would probably disagree. I would say that if you're here illegally, then you should not be here. You're breaking the law by being here. Therefore, you should go back home. You should come through the legal way, the legal process. I don't want people who here in my home who are illegal. That's kind of my position.
Okay, so then I have a question about this. So then, do you think that Donald Trump should have to go through the legal process to deport people?
To deport people who are illegal, like should he? Well, number one, I might not be very educated on this part of the process. Like I said from the beginning. So, what is the legal? What is that process?
Due process.
Yeah. What is that process? Like what's in that process?
Essentially, the distinction that he's providing is whether or not like they are able to go in front of a court or a judge, right? And the idea of due process is incredibly relevant because it is the case that it ensures it's how you ensure whether or not they actually have committed the crime that you're saying they have. So
yeah,
that's the basis in which we would determine that it's legitimately applicable. And if we don't go through the context of due process, I think that's incredibly harmful. So then again, essentially my question is that if you think that, you know, undocumented immigrants should have to go through the legal process, why doesn't Trump?
Why didn't Trump go through the legal process?
Yeah, why doesn't Trump have to go through the legal process if undocumented immigrants have to go through it?
Are you talking about in his case that he had? Is that what you're referring to? What do you mean Trump go through? I'm confused. Trump? You're talking about his legal standing that he had at the beginning of about 2 years ago, I think it was, or a year and a half, about his court case and everything.
No, Trump claims himself that he doesn't have to uphold due process rights, which is the legal process to deport people, because you have to determine that they've committed the crime to deport them.
Oh.
And that's how you do so through the context of due process. So it would be the case that if he was actually fulfilling the legal process, well, they would go in front of a judge. They aren't.
Yeah.
Therefore, it is the case that he's not fulfilling the legal process. Therefore,
I see. Yeah.
Therefore, it is the case that you're saying that undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process, but we're not applying that same standard to Trump. He doesn't have to go through the legal process.
Well, I would say that I guess my whole thing is if you come here illegally, no matter what, like if you're not a citizen of our country and you're in our country, you need to go back home. So you're not supposed to be in our country, so go back home. Just like if we I'm sorry. If you want to thank somebody or something. No, but if you're in our country illegally, then you should go back home. If you're not supposed to be here, you shouldn't be here. And so I'd say, yes, I probably need to look into that part, but I would say, yes, they should immediately go back home. If they didn't come here in the right way, then yes, immediately go back home. They don't deserve to have any legal process. They deserve to go back home. I mean,
you're not answering my question though, right? Why are you applying the standard to undocumented immigrants that they need to go through the legal process, right? In order for you to say that they should be allowed to be in the country, but you're not applying the standard for the president, saying that they need to go through the context of the legal process for you to support them as president.
So that I'm still confused. Like, so what legal process did Trump not go through?
Due process.
And what is due process?
Didn't we just have this conversation?
I don't think you clarified.
I did. The context of going in front of a judge, right?
Oh, okay. Are you talking about what he was convicted of?
Yeah, that's the... What, dude? What are you saying? I'm not talking about Donald Trump being convicted. I'm talking about him fulfilling due process rights for undocumented immigrants, meaning that if they come to the country and they commit a crime in the country, that we have a legal process that they have to go through in order to determine that they've actually committed that crime. Now, he just got a flag, and I had to kick him because he got a flag for hate speech and hateful behaviors. I don't know why he got that flag fully. I don't quite remember why he would have, but that's interesting. I don't know why that was something that was misunderstood there. I guess let's go on to the next person. Gare Bear with a cosmic bite. I don't know what that is. That's a new one. Holy shit, that was so loud. Thank you so much for the cosmic. I really appreciate it. Because W's for them in the comment section. Thank you, Gare Bear. I appreciate it. W's for Gare Bear in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you, Gare Bear. I appreciate it so very much. W's for Gare Bear in the comment section. Lee with the $10 as well. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you, thank you. That was such a loud gift. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. CK, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? What can I say? What can I say? Smart people don't like Trump. What can I say? What can I say, Chad? Smart people do not like Trump. It's not out of my mouth. That's out of Trump's. Smart people don't like him.
Shit. Yo,
what's up? How old are you?
Parker, how you doing?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I support Donald Trump. And why don't you?
Okay.
Miss Parker.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, so I think Donald Trump is a horrible individual. I think that he specifically, what's it called? He's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent. An 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old, right, in these changing rooms. He also said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Miss Parker, that's all allegations, and none of those are facts, or he hasn't been convicted of any type of sexual rape or assault or any type of thing you just said. Listen to me.
Well,
What
he was
is
held
wrong
civilly
with
liable
you?
unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. They indicated
You
based
could be
upon preponderance
civilly
of evidence that he did.
you could be civilly liable for stepping on a flower. That doesn't mean you committed a crime, okay?
Well, there's no law specifically saying that someone can be held civilly liable for stepping on a fly.
Yeah, it's called destruction of my property and destroying my stuff. Get your education right, okay? Cool? Anything else? Let's move on.
Are you saying the
What else
fly
you
was
got?
your pet or something?
I said flower. You can get
Oh,
civilly
sorry. Oh, flower.
liable for stepping on a flower in my yard, destroying my property.
Okay, what does that mean, that like civil liability claims are invalid?
No, it's just like you're just saying he was civilly liable, like he did some type of crime.
He was held civilly liable. The entire jury unanimously determined that he forcibly penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, based upon preponderance of evidence.
And the jury also found the New York Six guilty of rape, guilty of those type of things, but they was wrong too. So the jury's not always right, correct?
I never said the jury is always right, but Donald Trump is definitely not a member of a marginalized community at all. So there'd be no reason for us to like dispute specifically that he was going to be guilty or not based upon whether or not he'd be a part of a marginalized community. If that would be, for example, if that's what you're trying to reference, like in any context.
No,
Are you trying to
say
reference
that-
the Central Park 5, by the way?
Yeah, exactly. Like you're saying that every time
Okay.
someone convicts someone that the jury is always right. Sometimes they get it wrong.
Well, I never said the jury is always right, but I did say that the jury is going to be most likely to be accurate in this set of circumstances. Could you tell me one piece of evidence listed in the case that you dispute?
About his sexual assault.
I asked you for a piece of
on the lady in the shopping mall. That's what you're asking me about.
What store was it located in?
I don't know what mall it was in, but I think it was in like a shopping store, right? We don't got to get to specifics, but you understand that
it was Bergdorf Goodman.
Okay, Bergdorf
who was
Goodman.
the victim?
Yeah. Some lady that said rape was very attractive.
What's
to
her
her,
name?
and
And that's
it was
not what she
like-
said. She did not say that. What's her name?
Oh, okay. So what did she say then?
I'll tell you, but what's her name?
What did she say?
What's her name?
I'm not gonna bring up her name. What did she say?
You don't know her name.
I don't know her name. So now what did she say?
Her name is E. Jean Carroll. And E. Jean
Okay.
Carroll in the particular Anderson Cooper interview that you're referencing was saying that
Mhm, yep.
other people in society view it that way, which is actually
And
a
not her.
harmful thing. Not her, which is a harmful thing that
Right.
leads to more people being assaulted, and it actually perpetuates
Right.
rape culture, which is bad. She's arguing that that's a
Right.
bad thing. So that was actually a quote, a part of the context of the interview that a lot of people on the right seemingly like to take out of context because they like to defend a predator like Donald Trump.
Yeah, because definitely it didn't come off like she was trying to say like rape is bad, because that's the definition of saying rape is bad, is by just saying rape is bad. Correct.
Okay, by the way, she has said that, and also for you to act like she didn't say that, or she said that it was good or anything like that when she's a victim herself is very disgusting, because that's
I
not
don't
what
know
she said at
about
all.
victim. I
You
don't know.
didn't.
I don't
It
know about a
seemingly,
victim.
seemingly you didn't watch the interview, right? So like, I don't
I
know how
did
you're going to
watch the
come this to
interview.
determination. If it is the case,
I
that
did watch the interview,
but you
I don't
didn't
know
know her
about
name.
victim.
But you didn't know
I
her
don't.
name.
I don't know about. I don't know about victim. I don't need to know
She
your
is a
name or her
victim.
name. Nah,
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
about
important.
that. It hasn't been
If you're
proven
saying
yet.
that she wasn't assaulted, you should at least know her name.
I'm saying she wasn't assaulted. That is a
Exactly, but there's no
feeble
basis in
lie
that.
that was told,
Wait,
and that's
I have
what
a,
it
I have a
is.
question. Do you believe any of the 26? Do you believe any of the 26 women that have indicated that Donald Trump has engaged in sexual misconduct towards them, or are they all lying?
Until they present evidence and have him found guilty in court. It's all allegations.
But even when he was
so you
found
can
guilty,
take
and
it with a grain of salt.
they did. Wait, E. Jean Carroll did provide evidence and held him liable in a civil court, and you just didn't accept it. So
that
you didn't
wasn't-
accept the
listen,
court
that
case.
case- that
Not only did you
case
not
was a
accept the
bunch of
court
crap.
case, but you don't believe any of the other 26
You
women.
know, Parker, you know that case was a bunch of crap. You're smart. At least I think you are. But you know that case was a bunch of crap. First of all,
No, it wasn't. You
it
just
had
are saying that
first
because
of
you
all-
aren't
first-
willing to
first of
acknowledge
all-
that Donald Trump has
first
done
of
something
all-
bad.
First of all, they wasn't allowed to defend themselves. They wasn't allowed to put up the cat video. They wasn't allowed to put up the video, the defamatory that she said rape was a fantasy. They wasn't allowed to do a lot of things. So the case was.
By the way, she
kind
never
of
said
a
that.
kangaroo
You
court.
just made that up. She never said that, right? They weren't allowed to put that in it. I don't know where you're getting this from. He was able to defend himself. If you actually look at the case, you would know that. You didn't look at the case. You didn't know her name. You didn't know where this happened. You didn't know what store it happened in. You don't know anything about the case. You couldn't name a single piece of evidence in the case that you disputed, and yet you're saying you have good enough reason to say that it's wrong? Like, all of those are important elements that you would have to know in order to say that it's wrong. And you don't know any of those points. Therefore, you don't have a good enough basis to say that it's wrong.
Listen, don't mute me again. Peep this, right? If you can't make your point without muting people, then you should get off of here. But what I'm telling you is the case, and you know.
Go ahead and unmute. Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Key, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's so weird. Of course it's not low quality.
Come on, Miss Parker. I mean, is it my time to go?
Thank you for the $20. Thank
Obviously,
you.
You lost. So I'm going to go.
What did I lose on, sir?
Of course, your debate skills, or you're thanking people for galaxies and hearts and smooches, but you're not answering the questions.
What questions did I not answer, sir?
Miss Parker, what's your problem with black people?
I don't have a problem with people who are black. I'm confused why you would ask me that question.
You do not have it. So why you do not have a lot of black people or black voices on here?
What? I'm confused why you're saying that.
I'm asking you why you don't have any black topics or black generational future or any type of generational.
I don't know why you
I'm
just
asking.
randomly. I don't.
I'm asking. Do you want to answer it? Don't say answer the question. Why don't you?
So this is a question you're specifically asking to get me to like mention or to tokenize any of the people in my life that are black, which I think is incredibly rude to do. I'm not going to play into that. I think that's a complete pivot away from the rest of this conversation. I don't need to justify to you every single time I've engaged with people who are black or I've brought up specific issues that are going to be negatively impacting the black community in order to be able to mention that I actually am an advocate. Everyone can see from the work that I engage in on a daily basis that I absolutely do advocate for marginalized communities across the board. Right. I believe in intersectionalism. I think that's incredibly important. So we can have an actual conversation about any of these topics. Seemingly you just use that to deflect away from the conversation that we were just having. Seemingly you just use that to deflect away from the conversation that we were just having. And I would like to bring
Just a
us back
question
to
on
the
a side note, Ms.
conversation.
Parker. You're all right. Let's get back to the conversation. So, what is your major problem with Trump? What is your major problem with Trump? And I don't mean you for to go over here and be like, he's mean, he's bad, blah blah blah. What is your policy? What is your morality? Like what is your problem with Trump?
Yeah, so my problem with Donald Trump, like I've said already, is that he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing and naked. When Donald Trump, when there was an 18-year-old that came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in the changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump, specifically through the context of his big, beautiful bill, is going to be cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, 2.5 million people off of their access to food stamps every single month on average, along with over 10 million people off of their health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. He doesn't believe in climate change, said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. He said that Tylenol causes autism when there's no evidence indicating that at all, absolutely nothing, and all the best evidence indicates no particular relation, along with the fact that he said that there's no negative outcomes, particularly from not taking Tylenol in the context during pregnancy, when actually Tylenol is one of the best options that people during the context of pregnancy would have access to. As per doctors, you can look at my repost if you'd like to go see that particularly. I've reposted videos from doctors actually going over the fact that, again, Tylenol is one of the most important things for people to have access to in that context, and if they don't, it could be harmful to their health, to the pregnancy health, etc. So there's plenty of different things I can point to in terms of Donald Trump, that he's anti-science, that he's anti-American, that he's incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, that he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, that he's held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that he is decreasing taxes on rich people and increasing taxes on working class people and people who are low income, specifically taking money from the poor and giving to the rich. I think that is all sufficient reason specifically to believe that he is a bad candidate, someone you shouldn't support, and should be someone that you tell people in your life that they shouldn't support as well.
Now that is okay, Parker. Now listen to this. You want to say all of that, right? I rebut you with Trump has been the most incredible president ever. There's never been a president and has respected America and America's value with conservatism, plus Christianity, and all the things he brings to the table. Strength, the ability to prosper, and our unity. You never seen a president that's unified all of his people together. The Democrats are not unified. They are still the party of slavery, that started slavery, that defended slavery, that voted against every Jim Crow was theirs. They voted for every prosperous thing for the black community to perspire it. And now that we have a president that actually looks at the black community and wants to stop violence and stop inner city crime and wants black people to prosper, I think that you are just looking for things to nitpick at him. What I ask you to do right now is, I think that you're amazing, Parker. What I want you to do right now on your platform, what can you say about Trump that is good? Because I know everything that you believe that he's bad. I know that's what you think, how you feel, how you do that. Can you find it in your heart to say anything good about anybody in the world, in society?
Well, if you want me to talk about Trump, Operation Warp Speed, but if that's one thing I would agree with him on. Now, in terms of Democrats, you said Democrats cause slavery. You're talking about conservative Democrats. There's been a party switch in terms of ideology. So conservatives, historically speaking, have advocated against the Civil Rights Act. They've advocated against the right for women to get access to voting. They've advocated for slavery. Historically speaking, conservatives have been the ones advocating for all those different things. And who has been advocating against those things, historically speaking? It wasn't the conservatives, by the way. Secondly, we can point to the context of unity. Can you name one thing that Donald Trump has done to specifically cause there to be more unity?
The Republican Party, and then when you seen Charlie Clark's, excuse me, when you seen his revival, you seen people with their hands in the air praising one cause with peace. That is because of the Republican Party preaching peace. The Democratic Party, which I was a part of, and now no longer a part of, doesn't preach this turn the other cheek type of thing. And I do agree, Trump doesn't either. But I put this in there. Trump was a Democrat before he was a Republican. People need to stop forgetting that. In his heart, he is a true Democrat. But we embrace him and we take him. We like his feistiness. But what I'm trying to say to you is, when you ask how has Trump unified us, you see the Republican Party stands tall. It wasn't unified before. You couldn't get 30, 50,000 people to come outside and even represent conservatism. You would be shunned by every Democratic person and place or thing out there. We are now have a voice, and we could speak, and we could talk, and we can have these debates and conversations. We don't have to hate each other. It's not an enemy thing. It's just dialogue, and it's good to have this dialogue.
If we don't need to hate anyone, why does Donald Trump say that he hates his opponents?
Now
how's
he was.
How's he
Now
preaching
you know.
peace,
You know
peace
he
when he
was
says he
trolling.
hates his
You
opponents?
know he was trolling.
No,
you know he was trolling.
He said he was being serious.
You know
he
he was trolling.
He wasn't.
Parker,
He
Parker,
wasn't.
you know he was trolling.
Wait, I'm sorry.
That was all cap.
Why would he be
That was all
trolling?
cap.
Why would he be trolling when he said specifically to Erica Kirk that he disagreed with her?
That
Why
was
would he,
cap.
wait, I'm sorry. That would actually be disrespectful to troll in such a manner, right? When Erica Kirk
do
was
agree
quite
he didn't
literally,
need to do that.
wouldn't that be disrespectful from your own perspective, right?
I do agree he shouldn't have did that, but that still was cap. It wasn't a serious statement. That's what I'm trying to say.
So by the way, he said that on
That
multiple
wasn't a
occasions.
declaration.
He said that on multiple occasions. That's not the only time he's ever said that. Secondly, Donald Trump was not preaching peace. He particularly pardoned people who violently assaulted police officers on January 6th. So he absolutely condoned the violence on that day. They beat police officers and he pardoned them on January 6th.
So you are was you against defunding the police? Are you with the police?
So I'm in
Do
support
you
of
stand by the police?
I would advocate for reallocating police funds towards things that would be better
And
suited
you're
to
trying to
fighting
claim-
crime
and
in
you're-
certain circumstances, but that doesn't mean I would want to
And-
get rid of all funding for the police. I think that the
And
police
you're-
I think the police serves particularly some level of like something with our study. I think we need police to some degree, but I think that there's plenty of aspects of the police that need to be reformed and need to be changed, because it is the case that currently it does not operate in a manner in which I think is positive for the community. There are plenty of elements of the police that I think should be changed in this country.
So
And I
I'm
would
trying to
advocate
understand
for
that
more
you're-
accountability in terms of police officers, which I think that Donald Trump is undermining. Not only is he undermining accountability for police officers, but again, he's also pardoning people who violently assaulted police officers. So can you agree with me that him pardoning people who violently assaulted police officers on January 6th is a bad thing?
No, I can't, because I
Why
don't
not?
think the people at January 6th deserved the punishment that they got. So I deserve that they maybe should have had a little bit of time, but they definitely was persecuted. Like
The
Jesus
people who
almost
beat
on the
police
cross.
officers?
Listen, I mean, you say the people who beat police officer, but not everybody beat police officer. It was almost like 20,000
I never.
people
Wait, but
there.
I'm not saying everyone. I'm saying specifically people who beat police officers. He pardoned, like for example, DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer.
So are you saying that just because he let go, or he pardoned the people in January 6th, that Trump doesn't represent the cops? So that's where I draw the line. You can say your statement and say, listen, I believe Trump shouldn't have pardoned those January 6th people, right? But to say he's not with police enforcement or police, it's almost like I can't take it to the terms that you're saying, that you can take it to your reality that Trump doesn't care or want law enforcement or don't like the police. I understand about your criticism of like, he pardoned his followers and his people, and that goes against some type of lawfare, which I can agree with you on that. But what you're trying to like implement is Trump has no regard for lawfare, and he doesn't represent the police when all of the police unions represent him through the border, FBI, ICE. Like, there's no police station that says Trump, or no police organization or union that says Trump is not for us. That's what I'm trying to say. You're trying to say, hey, he did this on January 6th. He doesn't care about lawfare. He doesn't care about the cops. He don't care about none of that. But his proven track record from the unions and the police officers themselves have vouched for him.
Yeah, so I was just counteracting the idea that Republicans are preaching peace. I'm showing you how Republicans were not preaching peace, specifically by pardoning violent rioters. Like Donald Trump himself was not preaching peace by pardoning those that committed violence. That doesn't make any sense. Plus, we can talk about how Republicans responded specifically to Melissa Hortman getting executed by someone who was a part of Maga, right? Paul Pelosi being beaten with a hammer and brutalized. We can give plenty of different examples where Republicans cheered on political violence, specifically targeted towards their political opponents.
And I don't like any of that. And I think me and you agree that that is not okay. I mean, it's okay to like have disagreements. It's okay to like get a little heated, you know, but when it comes down to life and death, we all have sympathy and we all want people to be alive. We don't want anyone to be unalive. That is not something that we want. So I don't condone any of that. But what I would counter what you're saying is like, what about like all of the left about get up in their face, let them know that they don't belong here, and all of the rhetoric that they bring to the table. I know what you're saying about it's on both sides, but when it's coming heavier on one side, I mean, you gotta acknowledge it.
Yeah, and I think that it's, you know, coming on heavier from the Republican side if we want to acknowledge it from that perspective. Not only does the FBI not only do FBI statistics indicate that like most domestic terrorism in the United States comes from the far right, but we can give examples such as the ones that I gave, like straight up like 100% examples that show that. So the idea that Republicans are the ones preaching peace is actually, like, I think ridiculous. I think that they have not been at all, and I think that those examples that I just provided should serve as 100% complete and concrete evidence that Republicans are worse off for that. So I don't see how that would be like a reason why you would support Donald Trump. I don't think that that would be a reason why they would be bringing more unity. I think Donald Trump is antithetical to unity, especially when he incited a violent insurrection in the Capitol and then he like pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. Like I don't understand how you could say that that is better for unity in this country. I don't know how you could say that Donald Trump's rhetoric would be better for unity in this country. None of that seemingly is better for unity at all.
I don't think that I claimed that, Parker, but touche.
Which did you not claim? Push the fireworks. Thank you.
I did not claim that Trump is the his rhetoric is the best for this country. I also said that I don't agree with some of the stuff he says. You know, with like just like I don't agree with some of the stuff you say. I mean, that's our human right. We're not like mockingbirds. I don't like everything anybody says, but what I'm saying is he's the best for this country because he's a strong leader, and he is unifying the country by the hands of God. And just like you and me, we're not done yet. And then maybe Trump's not done yet. And that might be one of the reasons why he said, hey, you know, I'll talk to people and maybe they'll prove me wrong. That's open to be, you know, changed. And maybe you should be open to be changed too. Because sometimes I hear you on here, Parker, and you just hate Trump. Hate Trump. Try to figure out some things that he's doing good instead of hate, because that's what we are trying to say. Find some love, you know?
I think I do have love here, clearly. I don't think I'm the one that lacks love here for sure. But I wanna wrap in Santana.
Thank you for having me up, Parker. AJ, I have been sitting here listening to you and Parker's conversation. Actually, I've been listening to Parker since before you started the conversation. And just to verify, you are a black man, right?
Yep.
Okay. I've never been so embarrassed by another black man in my life. Ever. Rapist, to you actually saying that he's doing anything that benefits black Americans, for you to actually sit here and for some reason say that he's a champion of the police force, that he's some type of unifier, anything along those lines is absolutely asinine. I don't even understand how you could sit here and demonstrate the things that you don't know when you start talking about the Central Park 6 and you started talking about the shopping mall with the random woman. Like all of these, you should be ashamed that you got on this live in front of almost 8,000 people and said some of the things that you've said. And as a black man, I cannot believe that you did any of that. You can talk about the fact that Donald Trump is an open, active, and long-standing racist. You can talk about the actual 26 other credible claims of SA by Donald Trump, but you can also talk about the fact that his ex-wife had in their filing that he actually raped her and pulled her hair out. You can talk about the fact that Parker mentioned how he actually released those violent protesters, which some even beat police officers, but you can even talk about how Donald Trump talked about giving qualified immunity and bringing back stop and frisk, which would not only put black people's lives in jeopardy, but would also put police officers' lives in jeopardy by doing this nationwide. You sit here and talk about, oh, he's about peace, he's about unification. Yes, Parker talked about how he said that he hates the people that's his opponents, but we can talk about all of the other hateful things that Donald Trump has actively done, the spiteful things that Donald Trump has actively done. You seem like you're just a fan. You don't seem like you know anything about him. You don't know anything about his legacy. You don't know anything about his administration. You don't know anything about the harmful policies, whether it's Donald Trump cutting money from HBCUs or trying to completely whitewash the history of Black America, trying to target the marginalized community, whether we talk about transgender people that he's actively targeting today, or we can talk about women, the way that he has actively harmed women, he's creeped on young women. All of these things is who Donald Trump is. And you seem like a fanboy. You seem like someone that doesn't actually know who he is. You didn't take the time to learn who he is. You just saw someone that you thought was cool. You saw someone that you thought was a badass. You saw someone that you thought that actually represented masculinity, and you threw your weight behind him. You're an embarrassment. You need to do research. You're an embarrassment.
Are you done? You done?
Yes, I am. Floor is yours.
All right. Let me tell you something. I'm a father of 3. I'm a black man. I have a good career. I'm never embarrassed about anything I say, brother. And this is what's wrong with some of the black people. And I thank you, Parker, for pulling him up and then to have him debate me as we talk in this situation. Let me tell you something, brother. Your allegations about how I am, what I think, is just a thought, okay? So you can say what you want. You can tell me to be embarrassed about myself, but I'm not. All right? HBUs, Trump was the first person to guarantee them money. You're talking
you're
about
lying.
this.
That's not true.
Hey,
That's not
hey,
true.
I
It's
let
not,
you talk.
No.
Yo, bro, I let you talk. Don't
You're spreading
interrupt.
misinformation.
I let you talk.
No.
Don't interrupt
You're spreading
me, bro.
information. You're spreading misinformation.
Spreading disinformation. I let you talk.
Yeah,
you shut your
that's
mouth
fine.
and you
That's
listen
fine.
to me,
No,
bro.
you know what? I have a mute button. First and foremost, it's HBCUs, not HBUs. Second of all, Donald Trump is not the first president to actually give them money. This has been a long-standing tradition. Donald Trump actually cut.
You're
Donald
not
Trump
gonna cut
actually
me off when I'm
the
talking,
funding
bro.
of HBCUs. And literally, he tried to completely remove it from the bill, but it had to be snuck back into a bill that had additional items connected to it. That's the only reason that funding got approved. And then Joseph Robinette Biden came behind him and increased the amount that had been given.
Let me tell
You're
you. Let
not
me tell you
giving
again.
accurate
Let me
information.
tell
So
you.
you can go ahead and talk. I'll give you the floor, but don't lie. Sorry, Parker. I apologize for getting around.
Right,
The floor is
apologize
yours,
again.
AJ.
You shouldn't be apologizing to Parker. You should be apologizing to me for interrupting me while I was talking. You have no respect for dialogue. You're interrupting, and that's rude. You should be ashamed of yourself for not listening to the other side. You are not always right, and you are not always correct. Like I said, and I will state this for a fact, Trump was the first person to guarantee HBU funding. So
That's not true. You're lying again. I'm going to cut you off every single time that you lie. You can speak. I will give you the floor, but I will not allow you to lie in front of 8,000 people. That's not going to happen. You're lying.
Yeah,
Move on or either cite your source.
Yeah, one thing I would say is that actually Obama had $500 million a year in
Don't
funding.
tell me what to do. Y'all, this is what's wrong. This is what's wrong with you guys in dialogue. That dude is saying that he's saying something right and he is wrong. Straight up. So why don't you move him? I don't have to state anything. You state your source. Okay? And stop interrupting me, bro. Stop being rude. Stop being rude when people are talking, bro. That is rude. It shows the ignorance in you. That you can't have a back and forth conversation with people exchanging ideas. And you're not always right. And you know what? I'm going to step back and get up out of here. It's been a good conversation. Goodbye.
Hold
You're
on.
a loser.
Can I make one point here real quick before you go? Like I have a few points I wanted to bring up. In terms of HBCUs, actually, like okay, well, he left. Obama had $500 million a year under his administration. It was actually reduced under the Trump administration to $255 million a year. And then under the Biden-Harris administration, it was increased to $4 billion a year.
Yeah. Also, the first president to actually allocate funds to HBCU specifically was Ronald Reagan. So not Donald Trump. And as far as dialogue, I don't mind letting someone have dialogue. I sat quietly as he spoke, but I will not let someone lie. And that was just the point. That's it. Parker, I appreciate you having me up. I mean, like I sat back and I listened to you go back and forth with him, and to say that, and again, one last thing that I want to correct. I didn't say that he should be embarrassed. I said that I've never been so embarrassed. He embarrassed me as a black man, literally. And I hate to say this, but the black men have continued to let down the black community in multiple ways, where black women have to continue to actually pick up our slack. And that was an example of it, because I'm not even saying the issue is his vote, which to me personally it is, but more so the issue than his vote is the ignorance without educating yourself and speaking on things that you don't know about, and speaking so loud and proud about things that you don't know about, whether it was the E. Jean Carroll case where he doesn't know anything about it, or the misnomer that Donald Trump was the first president to give anyone or give HBCUs money. Like that's my point. Stop speaking on stuff that you don't know, educate yourself, and then speak from that point of view. Anyway, Parker, I appreciate you having me up.
I appreciate you as always. Always good seeing you, man.
Yeah. Have a good one.
You as well, you as well. Alrighty, everyone, we're going to go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Make sure if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Do give it a second for people to join up. Gloria with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Gloria. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Gloria in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Gloria in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Thank you for the $3 as well. Carol, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Carrie, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I definitely would have to see. I'll have to check that out later. Lee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Lee. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm caught up there. Other than Autumn, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat or in the pinned comment on my YouTube. What does W mean? It means win. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005, October 27.
Yeah, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
For Donald Trump.
Okay, why so? Have you been on my live before, by the way?
No, I have not. I've been on Dean's live before.
Okay. Okay, so why do you
Do you
support
guys,
Donald Trump?
do you think, how similar do you think that you think to him?
Pretty similarly.
Did you hear me?
I said pretty similarly.
What'd you say? Okay, so like, if we talk and you make an analogy about something that does, like, it makes logical sense, but like when it comes to common sense, you guys don't recognize that. But like when somebody else tries to do it again, you guys like, it's weird. Like, cause you guys made an analogy with me. Let me tell you one thing you guys said. You guys said that saying Santa Claus is real to your kids is illegal. because it's considered the because in the Bible all sins are the same, and you guys use that in like a logical term, like an analogy, and you compare that to like this is what Dean said. He said, if saying Santa Claus is real to your kids is illegal, it's the same thing as fucking murder, because murder is the same sin, because they're all the same. I don't know how to say it like you guys. But like, what does that mean though? So like in this world that you guys make, so does that mean that like if you guys would make saying that illegal if he was God?
Dude, what are you saying? Genuinely, like I'm trying to get what you're saying here.
No,
What
because
the
that's
hell?
what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense, does it? You
Well,
guys
I
talk
don't even
crazy.
know. I don't even know what you're saying. Like, I can't make sense of what you were saying. Like, it
Well, think
genuinely.
about the analogy. Look, he said that saying Santa Claus is real to your kids is illegal because that's a sin in some way, and it's also a sin to murder somebody.
Okay.
But those are considered the same because all sins are equal.
Let me assume what you're
So
saying.
you're saying no. This is what he said. He said so since murder is illegal, should saying real to your kids, saying Santa Claus is real to your should that be illegal too? Because it's the same thing. That's what he was trying to say to somebody.
Okay, so the
What
argument
does
that
that
Dean was trying to provide, it seems, is that it is the case that if someone says that one sin should be illegal, why do they say another sin should be illegal? So he's essentially just asking you why in one scenario in which it's a sin should it be illegal but not the other one? Because lying to your kid and saying that Santa Claus does not exist or does exist, sorry, is a lie, which would be a violation of one of the 10 Commandments, right? So he's essentially asking is why is one violation of the 10 Commandments going to be illegal but not the other?
Because
like under your position,
you know
like
what
if
common,
you believe in
you
the
know what
Bible
common
as the
sense
prescription
is.
of law.
Okay, logically that makes sense, but does it make sense when it comes to common sense? Like, let's be honest here.
What does it make sense in terms of quote unquote common sense?
Comparing that to that's not the same, and that's
Comparing
just common
that
sense.
to that, I don't know what you mean.
Comparing saying Santa Claus is real to your kids to murder.
So the comparison that it's making is specifically in the
Does that
context
make
of it
common
being
sense, though, or
a
that, like-
sin. Yes, in the context of it being a sin, right? They're both sins. Why should one sin be illegal but not the other one? That's essentially the question he's asking.
Okay, well, wait, what's a sin though?
What's a sin? Something it's going to be a transgression from against God. That's what people typically say.
No,
By the way,
what
I
is
don't
the sin?
believe in
Like,
sin.
what's
I'm
the
not a
first
Christian
sin?
myself. I'm not a
Wait,
Christian
what sin
myself.
are you
I don't believe
comparing
in.
to?
What's up?
What sin are you comparing? Saying that Santa Claus is real to your kids. What are you comparing it to though?
I wasn't making this comparison. You were the one you were telling me about this, and I was telling you that like this could be what they're saying. Now, can we talk about like why you support Donald
I know
Trump?
you're not
Because
the
this
one
is
who
like
said
completely
it,
irrelevant.
but you were saying you're saying the point that he was trying to make was like you were trying to justify it. I'm trying to understand it. Like you understood it, but I didn't. I just want to understand it like you.
Well, if you want to understand it, you can just watch back the conversation we just had later on. We should continue with the conversation as to what the stream is about. You should just watch back my explanation. It will be on YouTube. Just go to the particular
But
time where
wait,
we talked
I
and watch
want
it
to
back.
talk about that, but like, how am I going to talk about that if you say crazy stuff like that every 10 seconds?
I didn't
That's
say
an
anything
analogy.
crazy.
Well, you guys both do the same thing. I see you do it too.
You
guys
when did I bring up
say,
some crazy hypotheticals?
you guys make up these crazy hypothetical logical things, like it's crazy, and then you throw it on people like that's what they should think.
So you'd have to give me a specific, because you could say that some hypotheticals you disagree with, but just saying you disagree with a hypothetical in general would be ridiculous, because hypotheticals are how we like demonstrate how we could have acted differently. They get us to critically think and reasonably think about what could have been otherwise, right? If you can't genuinely engage with hypotheticals, right, so long as it's a reasonable hypothetical to bring up, then it's going to be like showing of the fact that you can't critically think. Like, I'm not trolling.
You're just disrespecting dialogue. You don't understand what common sense is.
No, this is just critically thinking. I'm confused. What do you mean? Push the fireworks.
Because when you bring up God, and say like saying Santa Claus is real to your kids is the same thing as murdering somebody, that just doesn't make any sense at all. I don't even want to talk about something like that to begin with.
Why are you bringing it up then? Let's talk about why you support Donald Trump.
Why I support Donald?
I'm so confused. Was that supposed to be like funny or something? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, how are you doing?
Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
May 22nd.
Oh, that's a birth year?
What?
Is that a birth year?
2006.
And you said you're 18?
No.
How old did you say you were?
19.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you, the future counter. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rona Lee. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Looks like they have a huge delay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that. YouTube, hit.
Hey, I am 30 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do not, but I do have a question. And
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you so much, Chloe. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
What's your birth year?
99.
Oh, what month?
November.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would still say Donald Trump, although I am questioning what has been happening in the world and what has been happening since he's been elected.
Such as what?
Well, I don't think he fulfilled the promises that he made to the American people, especially about me personally. I'm a working man. I like to work, so the overtime thing was a big deal for me. Most of my income comes from overtime.
Have you been on my stream before?
No, sir.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So then, what were you saying?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there like a reason? Should I have been on your stream before?
No. I was just clarifying because if you've been on my stream before, one of the criteria is that you've never been on before. So
okay.
It's only new people that I debate.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen you. I've seen Dean around. I don't really watch a lot of Democrats. You guys have been popping up on my feed more. I've been paying attention because I like to stay on the middle grounds. I don't like to be a hardcore leaning right or hardcore leaning left. They're both extremely annoying. So, can you give me your stand? Well, what? I'm sorry. Can I ask you why you Oh, I'm so sorry. Why do you support Kamala? Like, what is your main reason why you would? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Kamala.
Yeah. Because of the fact that she has better character and policy. So, like, for example, in terms of policy, the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for those, for everyone, not just people who are on Medicaid or Medicare. The largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act. She would have been more fiscally responsible. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicated she would add $4 trillion less to the debt comparative to Trump over the next 10 years, according to her campaign policies. That's including all of the revenues and all of the outlays, specifically under that administration, for both admins in terms of the policies they advocated for. We can also point to the Biden-Harris administration, their first term, where they added $4 trillion less in terms of what they signed into law comparative to the Trump administration in terms of debt-related spending. We can point to plenty of things.
Okay, so I agree. I have noticed. I mean, didn't Trump make a whole promise about how tax child credit was going to be a thing? How he was going to do like $5,000 a year for the first 3 or something years? I seen there was some kind of thing he was talking about to try to debate against Kamala on her $6,000 tax credit. Well, obviously that clearly did not ever happen. Like I said, I think Trump lied. I mean, obviously, I think every politician who steps into Congress or tries to become a president, I think you're a liar. Like, that's just straight up how it is. It's been proven year after year after year that there is no party, left nor right, that really cares for the American people. And I don't know. It's hard because how do you not vote,
So the $5,000 child tax credit was not actually a thing that Trump ever talked about. Specifically, what you're trying to bring up is that JD Vance in one interview said that he might be okay with it going up as far as 5,000. That's also not something that Trump specifically supported. He was asked about this in the debates and said that he never talked to JD Vance on that.
Okay.
So, like, there was no
So
indication
that's
that Trump supported that. Kamala Harris is advocating for the increase in the child tax credit. And you saying that specifically Democrats don't actually, like, care about any policy, I think would be a bit ridiculous, given that you didn't give any actual argument for that. It seems like a general thing that people say all the time. But if you actually compare the overall policies of the administrations, you're going to know that at least Democrats care more than Republicans. And that's what's relevant to, like, your vote.
Okay, so, well, if you want to go to the point where it's like Democrats are clearly more about this or more about that. So I work in a coal mine, and I will say that we were pushing to move towards new land to start mining more coal and making more money. And the Democrats shut them down. And that's what pushed me away from the Democratic Party. Joe Biden canceled the lease on that set of ground. I wasn't going to vote for him again. That was my job. I lost my job because he said no on leasing the property. To me, you are no longer a good person. You're taking people's jobs away. You might be giving jobs overseas. How many jobs opened up overseas because of the Biden and Harris administration? I would like to see more jobs be opened up into the American people. I don't think America gets focused on enough. There are plenty of homeless people. There are plenty of homeless veterans that are on the street, and we're sending $6 billion to other countries like on a yearly basis. That $6 billion, I think, should be spent in the United States and nowhere else. So I don't believe in either side because Trump obviously signed the $6 billion deal to Israel. But Biden and Harris, they were no different. How many bills got sent to Israel or to other countries that were our hard-working money?
Yeah, so if you want more jobs, so that's not clearly coming with Donald Trump because his jobs report was so bad that he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and said that the information was politically biased. Then he hired someone new and they indicated even less jobs for the next month, literally 7 to 10 times less than what we see specifically with Biden literally a year ago. Unemployment has increased since Trump got in office to 4.3%. And real GDP growth has declined. Inflation has trended up since Liberation Day in April. We went from 2.3% to 2.9% so far, and it's trending up. And the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, indicated that it will continue to trend up, and it likely will because of the fact that he's they just imposed a decrease to the interest rates because of the fact that the jobs report was so bad that if they did not respond and boost up the amount of jobs in the country right now, that it could possibly lead to stagflation in the future.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm focusing a lot on these comic sections of people saying that coal is bad. I know that in the eyes of the left, coal is extremely bad for the environment, but in statistic numbers, and you can look it up, these people that are watching, power plants actually are 3% of America's global warming when aircraft takes up a good 75%, and all cars in America make up 25%
I
in
don't think
100,000
I don't think
miles.
it's 75%. I think that airplanes are a very huge portion, but it's not
They're
75.
huge.
Also, we have to acknowledge across the entire economy, which we do. We do. Like, we can acknowledge a bunch of different markets specifically that are going to then lead to greater levels of pollution, right?
Yes, absolutely. Pollution is never going to go away. There's absolutely no way
That's
around
not true.
global.
That's just not true. We can address pollution. We were addressing it. Now Trump is out here saying that carbon emissions don't exist. What?
Oh, they do. Carbon emissions.
He said that's not a thing.
Well, I mean, that's definitely not true. Coming from someone who works in the coal mines, I know that there's carbon emissions. That's a catalytic converter on a car. That's emission control. It controls obviously emissions. So that's not true. And like I said, I don't trust anybody that's in office. And these are clear indicators on why I shouldn't. I don't think that Kamala would have been any
can I keep
better.
addressing this? Trump said the climate's
Yeah.
going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet.
Whether that's true or not, I can't verify because I'm
What do
not
you
a
mean
geologist.
that's not true? What do you mean you can't verify that? The consensus among scientists is that the climate is increasing in temperature and that it's caused by humans. That's the consensus. 97% of climate scientists indicate that it's caused by humans. Everyone, practically every environmental scientist agrees that climate is increasing in temperature. Trump just...
I would agree. I would agree. I can't say if that's true that the world's going to go cold is what I'm saying. Like, what if he knows something that I don't? Like, I'm not going to try to sit there and
What
say I
would
know
he
everything
know?
I don't.
What would he
but
know?
I don't. He's the president of the United States. I'm sure he would know if there's aliens or not. You know, man. Like, I'm sure he knows more than me and you.
I think he does not know more than the scientists.
Okay,
And
I
why-
would agree. I
And,
would think
here,
he
here,
knows.
if that's the case, why don't they give that information to the scientists? Wouldn't that be
Oh,
important?
the same reason why they can't-
Wouldn't they want the scientists working on anything like that?
With same reason why the cure to cancer doesn't get released. Everything in this world
Sorry,
is a
do you have
revolving
any
around
evidence
money.
that there is a cure to cancer, or are you just going
I-
to say that because it's a
oh.
common thing that's like people bring up all the time?
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind that there's a cure to cancer. It makes billions of dollars for pharmacies. There's absolutely no way in this world. Just like the COVID vaccine. Like,
Well, I'm sorry. What
What
makes you think that there is a cure to cancer?
It's clear as day. We are in 2025, and you're going to sit there and tell me that we have found a cure for every single major problem that every
So
human
because
has
we
ever
found
experienced.
we haven't, by the way. So because
Yes, we
we
have.
found cures in other we have not found a cure for everything. We do not have a cure
What
for
haven't
cancer.
we had a few? Okay, I mean, let's not
That's an
argue about
example.
this because I mean, if we
No,
want to go
we
down
will
rabbit
argue
holes,
about
I've
this
got my
because I think we will argue about this because it's relevant because science is important and you need to believe in things that are factually based in evidence, and what you believe right here is not factually based in evidence.
Okay, you know what? Let me talk to you about this.
I'm sorry.
evidence
I'm
then.
sorry. You cannot tell people
no, no,
around
no,
the
no, no, no,
world.
no.
Wait,
Let me
wait.
tell you,
Stop,
let me
stop,
tell you,
stop,
Let me
stop.
tell you how the world
You can't-
works. Let me
stop,
tell you how the world
listen.
works. I can't create my own energy. Why not?
Dude, you're saying that there is a cure to every single thing out there. That's ridiculous. For many people, right, who hear that, everyone laughs at you because it is the case that there are plenty of people that are dealing with things right now, chronic disease, chronic illness, that does not have a cure. Okay? I can't even believe that you're saying this. Like, seriously, genuinely stop for a second and think about what you just said. That was one of the most absurd statements that's ever been said on my live ever. I'm serious, genuinely. You need to like think about what you just said because you just went on a live in front of like over 10,000 people and you just said that when literally we do not have a cure for every single thing. And for anyone in the comment section saying we have a cure for every single thing out there, what are you? Hello? What? Where? I think a lot of people would love to get this information. A cure to everything? What is this all-knowing cure that we have yet to hear about? All applicable cure. I'm serious. That is such a ridiculous statement. You got to unmute your mic, man. I sent you the invite.
Bro, this is ridiculous. Like, no, everything is revolved around money. It is no, don't even get me started. If you want to dig down rabbit holes, go dig down rabbit holes. I don't want to do that any more than I already have. It drives me up the walls. Everything that we have in this world has a cure to it. And I promise you there's a cure to cancer, and they're not talking about it because it makes billions and...
There's not a cure to your stupidity. Okay? If you want to talk about this is all money, then why would you want to deregulate the pharmaceutical industry? Why would you want to deregulate the big fossil fuel companies? If they have such an incentive to screw you over from a financial standpoint, why wouldn't you want to impose more regulations on them, not less?
You take vaccines every year.
Yes, I take vaccines.
And how many times have you gotten sick?
Would you vaccinate your children?
My children is not vaccinated, no, and neither am I. And
No
I'm
vaccines?
totally fine. Never had COVID. The only vaccines
let's
I've
go
ever
through
been
this.
given was
Hey.
when I served in the military. They gave me all the vaccines that they gave me in the military.
Okay, so you got all the
COVID
vaccines in the
vaccine
military. You got a bunch of vaccines then. So I just want to let you know.
Yes.
So do you think the
Yes,
polio?
and I do not
do you think,
agree
do you
with
think
them.
do you think the polio vaccine is safe and effective?
Go listen to Robert Kennedy about all that stuff if you want to talk about vaccine. That
Robert
man knows
Kennedy
so
is
much about health.
not qualified. So can you answer my question?
Okay. It's just like Kamala wasn't qualified to be running for president.
Kamala
But
is
guess
definitely
what?
qualified. Nice deflection though. Can you please answer?
oh my god, man, you guys are like the most frustrating people. Like, dude, no,
I'm trying to get you
absolutely
to critically
not.
think, and that's frustrating. I'm sorry.
No,
What,
critically
absolutely not?
thinking is not frustrating to me because I work with my hands and make my clean money. I don't get bids from political opponents to make my money, you know?
I don't
That's
get
not what
bids
I
from
do.
political opponents. What are you talking about?
And I don't beg people on my live stream, hey, can I get $10 if you support me? Like, dude, I
Well,
don't do
I
that because I
understand you're
go out
crashing out
and
right
I
now,
work
but like,
hard.
when did I beg? I'm confused.
I've been on your stream for like the last 20 minutes and I heard you every single time. If you want to support me, I got my PayPal, I got my Cash App. Like nobody, I don't beg for money.
I don't think that's begging. That's just
I'm
me saying
sorry, I'm
if you
not a
want to
panhandler
support
like you
me, I do have a
Democrats
Venmo,
are.
Cash App, and
God.
PayPal in my bio, Linktree in my bio.
Yep. And guess who does not have it in their bio? The Republicans, because we don't panhandle like other people do, you know?
I'm sorry, you don't think there's any Republicans on TikTok that put their Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal Linktree in the bio? Come on.
I haven't seen one, but it's obviously
Then
I'm
you
stuck
haven't
on the
spent a
wrong.
lot of time scrolling through TikTok,
Are
and
we
that's
trying
fine.
to like
and
trying
okay,
to
but like,
sway
I don't know
minds
why
to
you're
like
trying to say
our
that this is
other
only
side
like
of
a.
the party, or are we just doing this? Because like I thought the point of Charlie
You brought
Kirk was always
this
trying
up.
to.
Hold up.
He
Can
was
you
always
listen here?
trying to sway his viewers to vote for
We're gonna pause here. So you're not acknowledging that like
me, dude.
literally.
You're not
Hey,
pressing
hey,
me
dude,
by the mute button, homie.
that's fine. So
Quit, bro. No, like if you guys are trying to get me to go Democrat, it's not working. Like I'm trying to really find a middle ground where I should vote for Democrat or I should vote for Republican. But so far, all you've done is just like get under my skin with stupid stuff. Like, no, dude, I promise you, if you want to argue with me about the pharmacy shit, I don't like that rabbit hole. My mom had cancer. I'm not a big fan of it. No, don't get me started on that shit. I don't think what they put in our body is good. Honestly, no. But if you want to get me to switch to a Democrat or a Republican, like right now I stand perfectly on the fucking fishing line of the middle. I could sway either way at any given time. I am not leaning on Republican right now because Trump has not done anything that he promised. Anything that I wanted to vote for him for, the only thing that he did that I liked was getting rid of immigrants. I'm not a big fan of immigrants.
Yeah, I don't. What's wrong with immigrants?
I think that I have worked with a lot of immigrants, and they have been the hardest working people I have ever worked with in my life. But I always say it the same way. There's a reason to come into the country. There's a way to come into it legally in the right way, and that's the safer route to do it. You're not going to get yourself in trouble. You're not worrying about it. If you go to another country, you're risking your life. You know, you're not risking deportation.
I'm sorry.
Like in
One
America.
immigrants aren't just coming to the country undocumented. Even if they did, that doesn't make you a bad person. So I don't know why you were trying to argue that
No,
they're
I
a bad
agree.
person because they're an immigrant, or like you have an issue with
I never-
immigration. Like that was
When did I
really
say
weird.
that they were a bad person?
That's
I said that
what you were-
I
you
said
you
that
had an
the
issue with
immigrants are the
it.
hardest working people I've ever worked with. When did I ever say that they
That's
were
what
bad
you said
people?
right after. That's what you said right after.
No, I never said that immigrants are bad people. Most of them, every immigrant that I've ever met has been a good person at heart. But just because you did something illegal, if you come into the country,
Okay. So I want to address everything you said, and you're gonna keep. Can I address everything?
all right,
you
man.
said?
You don't know how to argue. I'm good, homie. You're a waste of my fucking oxygen, dude.
Oh, you're so mad. You're triggered. Run away. Okay, dude. I literally can't even get you to talk about one topic. What's up with the crash out? I genuinely, I'm sitting here like I'm being so patient and nice to him, and he's just crashing out. Like I genuinely don't get it. I was literally just trying to get him to critically think, and you just like, obviously critical thinking, you know, makes him a little bit too sensitive. It seems like, critical thinking is an issue. Can't do that. Z, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Love you. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. How does he feel about the kids that passed from measles in Texas because their parents never vaccinated them? Wasn't it proven that they wouldn't have passed if they had the vaccines? Literally though. Brian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Mitch, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again, love you. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is absolutely horrible. That is absolutely horrible. Mish, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Fim, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you. Thank you. Gentry, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Emma, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Mish, again, thank you so much for the $2. Cole, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Susan with the $20. Kayla with the $5. Thank you so much, Trish. Thank you so much for the $5 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Absolutely, Rhea. Claire, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Claire. W's for Claire in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that, by the way, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Also for the excellent begging. Thank you. John with the $15. Thank you. Madison with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lovey, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That's fucking disgusting. That's horrible. I definitely need to ensure that doesn't happen. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much for telling me. John, thank you so much again for the $15. Really appreciate it. B, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tyrell, thank you so much for the $10. And Shelby, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good W's for all the gifters, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Weverton, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Parker?
Yeah, how old are you?
Holy shit, the celebrity Parker.
How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump? Hello? Alrighty, I'm so sorry. I'm going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
For sure. What's your birth year?
2002.
For sure. What month?
November.
For sure, for sure. Have you been on my stream before?
Not.
No?
No.
No, you haven't? Okay. All right, so then why do you support Donald Trump?
No, it's not why I support him. It's like I just didn't like the left more. Well, I hated them more less because of all the witch hunts and stuff.
Okay. Why do you hate the left more? What particular quote-unquote witch hunts?
Trump, George Santos. I can name more if you want.
Okay. I don't see what specifically you'd be referencing was the quote-unquote witch hunt there. Especially, secondly, like, could you name, like, maybe a policy of Trump's that you like better than, like, what Democrats had? I can't hear you, by the way. Hello?
Remain in
Hello?
Mexico.
Oh, okay. Remain in Mexico. So remain in Mexico specifically is an executive order. What about the remain in Mexico?
Remain in Mexico. That's policy.
Oh, it seems like he's lagging.
Huh?
Okay, well, he's lagging anyway. I'm just going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Also, for free, you could support me by liking the stream and by following if you haven't already, subscribing if you're new. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 39. How are you doing?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
I do not, and I hope you give me just if
I apologize. I appreciate you coming up. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, if you like my content, I go live for 4 hours every single day here on TikTok and on YouTube. So make sure to follow here and subscribe if you haven't already. It's the best way to see my content. Best way to see my content, especially right now, because TikTok has been having issues with the algorithm for, at least for videos. Not, it seems like the live streams have been fine. Like the live streams have been good in terms of algorithm, but the videos have definitely been weird. And it's been like that for a long time here on TikTok. And I post the same content on TikTok as I do on Instagram and YouTube. I've heard the same thing for a bunch of other progressive-leaning TikTok creators. It's been happening for a bit here. Like the exact same thing where it's like working on Instagram and YouTube, but TikTok is not working. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hop on farm soon.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, kind of. I have a question.
If
but
you could
yes.
go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump. But I don't know. Okay, so
what's your birth year?
2006, November of 2006.
For sure. Okay, so why would you support Trump then?
Morally and politically, I am totally anti-Trump, but my family... Ugh, I don't know. This always sounds bad when I say it. They're part of the 1%.
Wait,
so I have grown
you
up
just said that you were anti-Trump?
morally and politically, but I've basically grown up my entire life being told, like, my life would be ruined if I didn't...
Okay, I'm sorry. If she's like morally and politically against it, I'm confused what she was saying. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. I'm pretty sure like whenever someone says something like that, that they mean that they don't actually support Donald Trump. They just want to be able to try and get on my live. Kimmy, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Kimmy. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
All the way, man.
What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
2 a.m.
Yeah, I live in California. It's definitely 2 a.m., right? Definitely 2 a.m. You're so right, dude. 6:53 p.m. right now, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, 2006.
What month?
May.
That would be 19. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates here on TikTok. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, so please only send a guest request if you meet said set of criteria. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Kim, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I don't think I would move because I still have a platform and everything. Definitely would oppose, of course, but seemingly a lot of the different socials don't have the best owners. Levy, thank you so much for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, but I got a quick
Would
question
you
real
support
quick.
Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do. But do you
What's
and
your birth
Parker
year?
peg each other by chance? I was born.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet said set of criteria on the screen, everyone, here on TikTok. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit, Parker, my bad, bro. I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. Today is my birthday.
Yeah. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2006, September 23rd.
For sure.
I go to school in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
I would probably vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so? And happy birthday, by the way.
Oh, thank you. So I really don't have why I would vote for Kamala Harris. What I understand, and I hope that you could educate me because obviously you know a lot more than I do. That's why I joined. Is that I know the economy is not great, but I feel like it's better than it was under Joe Biden. I don't know if that's 100% correct.
In what way?
But I'm just stating what has been said to me. I really haven't really been asking a lot of questions. That's why I really wanted to join. I wanted to hear from your view why you'd believe that. So you voted for Kamala Harris, correct?
Yeah, and the economy's worse off in practically every indicator since Trump became president. If we want to look at specifically real GDP growth, that has gone down since the since the Biden administration. If we want to look at inflation, it's gone up since the Liberation Day, 2.3% to 2.9%. We can look at unemployment. Unemployment has gone up since Trump got in office. The jobs report was so bad that Donald Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, claiming that the information was politically biased. And then he hired another person, and then that person indicated even less jobs for the next month.
Do you think that there's anything that Trump does good? Or do you just 100%? Because that's what I hear. Like people, obviously, there's good in both sides. Like you can't say that there's not.
So although I can acknowledge I agree with some things on like with Trump, like Operation Warp Speed, for example. That doesn't mean that overall I think that he's a better candidate or there's anything specifically about him that would be preferable to Democrats. Everything that you would bring up specifically that you would agree with like Trump on, Democrats are going to have that position and more.
Okay. Could you give me an example of like other than because like I've heard
the child tax credit. So Trump increased it from 1,000 to 2,000. Right. And then Democrats were advocating for $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18. So significantly more than what Trump was advocating for.
Okay. Well, yeah, I wish I was more well informed of this, but I just really wanted to get another view. I don't really talk to politics about anyone. So you would say that what was this thing that you said that you think Trump does better
I never said it was
than
something that
Democrat?
Trump does better. I said it was something
Okay.
that Trump did that I agreed with.
Okay, what was that?
Operation Warp Speed.
Okay, what is that?
It was to fast track the development of the COVID vaccine.
Okay, and Kamala Harris wouldn't have done that.
No, she would have.
She would have.
Like I told you, like it was literally anything that you could mention that you'd agree with Trump on to some degree would already be agreed on by Democrats, if not more.
Okay,
They wanted to fast track the vaccines too.
So do you agree with anything that so the future election that's coming up, why should I vote for a Democrat instead of a Republican? Because I don't know who's gonna run. Why should I vote for a Democrat and not say JD Vance runs for president? Why should I not vote for him? Why should I vote for, say, Kamala if Kamala runs again?
So Republicans care more about benefiting those that are rich and powerful rather than benefiting people in the working and middle class. They have engaged in tax policy through the Trump administration to decrease taxes for rich people at the expense of working class Americans, because tariffs increase taxes for working class individuals disproportionately for lower and middle income individuals, because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So if consumer goods go up in price specifically due to the tariffs, that's going to impose a greater tax burden on the working and middle class.
Okay. Okay. That's really all I wanted to know. Thank you for informing me.
For sure.
Yeah. Have a good day.
You as well. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person. We're about 3 hours into the stream, everyone, meaning that we have at least another hour or so left on the stream. Tawana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. John with the $15. Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Mika, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Christine, thank you for the $10. Rachel with the $5. I really appreciate it. Beth with the $4. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It depends on the context. This is my format. Alyssa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll have to make sure to look through. Christiane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a second. Do give it a second, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone, here on TikTok. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Desiree, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
July
Birth year?
25th, 2012.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Alrighty. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I recommend the 6.5 thousand people are on TikTok to go check out the YouTube channel. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006, February 13th.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he supports Israel, and that's really important to me because I'm Jewish.
For sure. Do you support the state of Israel in their occupation of Gaza?
Not necessarily. I support his relationship with Israel because actually my family is a giant distributor which distributes specific products to Israel, and our tariffs went really down since Trump came.
I do have a question. What state do you live in?
South Carolina.
What time is it?
10:05. It's quite late. I sound weird because I have my return in my mouth. It's pretty late.
No. I wasn't saying that. What? Can you name 3 cities in that state?
Myrtle Beach.
When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you. I only heard one city.
I never left my hometown.
Okay. Never left your hometown ever and only knows one city is very, very, very unlikely, I want to say. I am going to go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Again, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes if you're on YouTube, everybody. That's typically the goal that I have every day. It's like 3,000. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok. By the way, everyone, we probably have another hour or so left on the debates for today. So if you like my content, make sure to follow me here if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're new. Mary, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. Get some W's from Mary in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I told you before I support your mustache. Why did you let it go, Park?
R.I.P. to the mustache. Camilo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you've had a great day so far. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Levi, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
I missed the trash can.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
I actually don't believe you. I'm not gonna lie. Just because I just don't for some reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Hello? I don't hear anything right now. If people are saying that. I'm so confused. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up?
How old are you?
I'm 38.
Are you driving?
Parker, you're my, I'm a big fan. Haven't been able to talk to you though.
Hey, I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. I am just looking for some debates right now. Thank you very much, though. Annie, thank you for the $20 for Parker Get a Mustache. So funny, so funny. Sadie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I don't really specifically have a way to contact me. Really, the best way is through the context of the lives. I don't really have a way specifically to contact me. Maybe through the context of DMs would be probably the best way, maybe. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
October 19, 2005.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why?
Why would I vote for him?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so listen. I'm trying to...
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty, do give it a second. I am trying to get some debates up right now. I'm so sorry it's taking a while. I don't know what to do, honestly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 38.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely support Trump.
For sure. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Oh, I'd absolutely vote for Trump.
Okay, why so?
When Trump was president, economy was good. Pre-COVID, the economy was very strong. The unemployment rate was the lowest had ever been for some time. And then COVID happened, unfortunately. And even though COVID happened, Donald Trump led with Operation Warp Speed, got all the vaccines done, got monoclonal antibodies in place. I mean, literally assembled all the pharmaceutical heads the very next day to get working on this. Let's see, what else? There's tax cuts, the tax reform, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, I believe it was called. Absolutely amazing. And you know what else? You know what else I really like about Trump? How about the three Supreme Court picks? Oh man, that was awesome. I could go on and on, but maybe I should stop.
Okay. So in terms of unemployment, unemployment's gone up since Trump got in office, right? And the jobs report was so bad recently that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he said the information that was coming through was politically biased. Then the person that he hired into office now indicated even less jobs for the next month, which is around 7 to 10 times less what we saw under Biden last year.
There's plenty of job openings, man. Just gotta go. The people aren't willing to do the work, unfortunately.
No, there's less job openings because of Trump. I just told you from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
No, Parker, yes. you get that Trump won, right? Like the question of why do you support Trump is like it's over, right?
No, it's not, because it's relevant to how people are going to vote in the future, right? Because Trump determines who's going to be the head of the party next, which is likely going to be someone like Vance. And he's also not only a part of the Trump administration, so we can then take into account the Trump admin. 2, has commitments associated with the Trump administration. And 3, the direction of Trump supporters is going to determine the direction of the party in general in terms of the way that we're engaging with them. So, I mean, there's plenty of different points as to why I'm specifically engaging in these types of conversations, even after the context of the election. I understand that Trump won. I actually can acknowledge the election results, unlike Trump supporters.
No, we acknowledge that Trump won for sure.
Do you acknowledge that Trump lost in 2020?
I mean, that's debatable. That's
no, it's not.
Debatable.
It's actually not.
I don't know how Biden pulled in 18 million more votes than Obama. Yeah, yeah, sure.
So I'm sorry that you just deny facts of reality, but it is the case that Joe Biden got the most votes of any presidential candidate in U.S. history. That's a fact. You can sit there and you can cry and you can whine about it, but the reality is that's true.
Not crying and whining.
Secondly, can you explain to me how they could steal it in 2020, but they couldn't steal it in 2024?
Because no one wanted Kamala in office in 2024.
But they were stealing the election, so that it doesn't matter whether or not the people wanted her or not.
Because they used COVID,
election,
they were able to because of COVID. Yeah, it was a bad time.
So what about COVID allowed for them to steal the election when Trump was in office?
We didn't have enough. I mean, everything was under resourced, man. You know this. You know this. Those numbers don't lie, man. Numbers don't lie.
Numbers indicate that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. So if numbers don't lie, then obviously Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, right?
No, what I want to get back to is the word future. You actually said the word future. So I think a better question you should be asking every night is why shouldn't J.D. Vance be the president? Because that's what's about to happen. We're about to have J.D. Vance
at some point. Once he would be the nominee, we would talk about that. Right now,
the election's over. It doesn't matter.
And also, why are you pivoting away from the original point I was just making? You have to acknowledge the point that I was just making in terms of, obviously, you're saying that Democrats had the ability to steal the election when Trump was in office in 2020, but they lacked the ability to do so when they were in office in 2024. You said the distinction was COVID. So I asked you what specifically about COVID allowed for them to steal the election, and you have yet to answer that question.
I did answer your question. I said everything was under-resourced, and they were able to steal
what was
the election.
under-resourced and specifically that led to the rigging?
Everything. You couldn't order a cheeseburger back in COVID because shit was under-resourced. What are you talking about?
So all that would indicate is that people would be more likely to engage in mail-in votes, which did happen.
No, all it would indicate it opened up a lot more fraud to happen. Unfortunately,
wait, actually, there was
less
fraud.
We did not have an election. We did not have a proper election. No, we did not.
There was
I don't really
less
want
fraud.
to debate this.
You made that
again,
up.
I want to talk about the future.
You're not even willing to acknowledge the facts that it had the least level of fraud for that time. It was the safest election at the time in recorded history.
I guess take it up with the president, right? Because
I'm sorry, there were 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Many of them had Republican appointed judges and Trump appointed judges that again indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So why did all of those different court cases, why did all of those different court cases indicate you're wrong?
Because they're all politically driven and it's all rigged. Right.
Okay, so they're politically driven and rigged against Donald Trump when Donald Trump appointed them into office. So why did Donald Trump appoint them if they're rigged against him?
He appointed some Supreme Court judges that fixed a lot of stuff. That's what I remember.
Wait, so he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him?
No, he appointed Supreme Court judges that.
Yeah, you're saying that he no. I'm talking about federal judges. You're saying that he appointed judges specifically that then stole the election from him, because we're talking about Trump judges being a part of the election process and determining whether or not there was sufficient fraud to overturn the election in a bunch of these different cases. Some Trump appointed judges were a part of this, so they also indicated this. So you're saying that they're corrupt.
No, what I'm saying is when someone can explain to me where the 18 million votes came from, then
they already have. They came from voters.
In the meantime,
they came from voters.
No, it came from voters.
Yes.
This guy. Yeah. So tell me, can we?
I'm sorry. The fact that I had to tell you, the fact that I had to tell that to you was embarrassing.
No, not really. The fact that that's the made up nonsense you believe is embarrassing.
Well, you said it's made up, but I provided evidence behind my positions. You provided nothing. All you provided is a trust me, bro.
No, I provided reality.
Nope, you provided a trust
reality
me,
to you.
Nope, you just literally whipped a statement right out of your ass.
No, were you not alive during COVID? Because everything was under resourced, right? Oh, okay, good. So you just have selective memory then. Okay, cool. Cool.
Wait, what do you mean? What selective memory did I have?
No, go ahead and pull out your book and write that down.
No, what selective
Parker,
memory did I have? You
selective
didn't answer the
memory.
question.
No, yeah. Exactly what I just said. The
What
world was
selective memory? Be specific.
under-resourced during COVID. You don't remember that?
Wait, I understand.
Do you not remember that?
Wait, there was nothing that was specifically that was under-resourced relating to the context of
Everything
elections
was
that would
under-resourced
have-
during COVID.
There was nothing under-resourced specifically relating to the elections that would have limited the elections from having legitimate results.
That's not true at all. That's
Wait,
not
can
true
you give
at
me
all.
any evidence of that?
Go ask the people who were working back then.
Can I have any of the evidence I have? Can I have any of the evidence?
They'll tell you. No, Back to the Future, right?
Wait.
Spent all
No,
this time
before
talking
you
about
pivot,
nothing that I really cared about.
Because you have no evidence. You have no evidence.
No, I'm just kind of bored at this point. I wanted to talk about the future,
You're
right? 'Cause
bored of
Trump
the
is
fact that I
president.
just debunked you. I fact checked and debunked
No,
you.
I
and now you're running
I
away.
just want to get back. I want to get back to reality
So
where
if
Trump
you
won the
pivot,
election,
people won't acknowledge
and we're about to have
that-
another election,
Wait,
right?
if you pivot, given that you're pivoting, people are still going to acknowledge that you got debunked.
Sure, I don't really care what people think. Parker, what are you going to do when JD Vance
I'm
is
sorry. Do you want
nominated president-elect?
do I have to engage with someone that's not going to engage with the arguments? If you're not going to care that
No,
you
I
got
just-
debunked,
I
or
guess,
you're not
like,
going to care that you engage in an argument and you
No,
lost
you
that
want to have your
argument,
own.
then obviously why would I
you want to
engage
have
in a
your own debate
conversation
that
with you?
nobody cares about is the problem. I don't really care about an election that is gone and done.
Wait, then why do you keep saying it's rigged when you have no evidence? You provided.
Because
I asked
it
you.
was.
By the way, you
You're gonna
only
have a
say, you
tough time
only say
convincing
this
people.
one. I like how you only say this once I ask for evidence and once you can't give a response.
There's
That's
plenty
really
of evidence.
funny.
You just gotta be willing to take a look, and you're not.
I was. I actually had the evidence. I showed you. You were the one not willing to actually answer when I asked you for the evidence. You're the
Parker,
one that's
what are you
boring.
gonna do? What are you gonna do when JD gets elected, president-elect, bro?
Are you not gonna?
What are you gonna do?
Do you think that's gonna make it
I
so that
want to
people
know.
forget?
I want to.
Do you think people are going to forget that you just got dunked on and that you can't respond to this argument just because you bring that up?
People aren't going to forget this time.
Yeah, so I'm
This
going to
time.
keep. So please keep
Oh
addressing
man,
our
I can't
arguments.
wait. What arguments? You don't have nothing, dude. You got nothing, man.
I just gave
before
you the arguments.
Before we end, can we have a moment?
Oh,
of
you're going to
silence
run
for Charlie
away?
Kirk?
You're going to run away now?
I mean, this debate's not going anywhere.
He's
You
got to
you
run
wanna talk
away.
about- You want to talk about from
You're a
stuff from
triggered
6 years ago.
snowflake, and he has to run away when confronted with facts and reality.
No, nobody's triggered. Nobody's
Triggered MAGA snowflake runs when
There we
confronted
go.
with facts and reality.
Now we're calling people names. There we go.
Yeah, you are a triggered little snowflake. You're about to run away.
No, I just wanted to say let's have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. That hasn't been done. And
I'm
let's do
sorry,
that right now.
dude, that is ridiculous that you just said that instead of engaging with any of the arguments I've provided on my stream.
Moment of
why would you
silence,
just
Parker,
randomly
come
say? Can we have a moment of silence for the Hortman family?
All right, amen. All right, you have a good one, Parker. You take it
I
easy,
have
bro.
a question. Can you tell me who killed the Hortmans? What ideology did they have? All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone only sent a guest request. He literally just ran away. Look at him. What a triggered little snowflake. What a snowflake, chat. MAGA snowflake, right there. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31. My name's Asher. I accidentally cussed on the last one, and you were like, I'm so sorry. That was such a good debate. And you accidentally said a swear word. So I'm doing it better now. What's up, Parker?
I'm confused. So do you support Donald Trump?
I used to, yes.
You used to. Okay, based. Nice changing your mind. We love that. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as, again, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. And in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Free Palestine.
Based. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Wait, 18, 2005? That's not possible. Did they say 18? I want to make sure they did. I might have misremembered, but... Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, no, I remembered correctly. We're good, we're good. Sorry, sometimes I'm just like, oh shit, I didn't 100% remember, but I'm pretty sure. Let me see. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. Lori, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Lori. W's for Lori in the comment section right now. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do some. Do you hear me? I do.
You say you do support Donald Trump?
I do support Donald Trump, yes.
Okay. Okay. What's your birth year?
2002.
And what month?
June.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
I'd do it all again. I'd vote for Donald Trump again.
Okay. And why so?
I think foreign policy. That's what I'm going to stick with, Parker.
Okay. What about foreign policy?
I think that I like the America First point of view.
Okay. Can you name one America First policy of Donald Trump?
Yeah. Cutting different foreign things such as like aid to circumcisions in Africa. I think that would be a big one.
So I would actually I want to have to see the specific policy that you're mentioning in terms of that. But if what you're trying to mention is U.S. aid, then I actually think U.S. aid's a good thing. Could you mention the source for what you're claiming?
That's a good question. I don't have the source. Yeah, you can pull out the book. You know what? I'll say the second one is law enforcement, Parker. How about we go there?
So Donald Trump pardoning those that beat police officers on January 6th?
Beat? Here's the thing is, I don't think that's not the view that I'm referencing. I would say that I like his enforcement policies for major metropolitan areas that have high homicide rates. How about that?
Do you want to answer my points? How is he better for law enforcement if he pardoned those that beat police officers on January 6th?
I'm not educated on that fact. I'm educated on the fact of
you don't need to be. I just educated you on it. That's enough for you to be able to say it's wrong, correct?
To say it's wrong? I think that if it's true, yeah, sure.
It's not if it's true. It is true. Everyone knows this to be the case. I can provide you sources and put them on the screen that indicate this to be true to you. I can show you the conviction. For example, I can show you DJ Rodriguez, who admitted himself was literally convicted and literally drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and Donald Trump still pardoned him. Right? So in those particular examples, right, how is that pro-law enforcement to pardon those that beat police officers?
Well, first, I'd like to see the sources.
For sure, for sure.
But here's the thing: is you're arguing a point of view that you're obviously well educated on. Why don't you come to my court?
The title is Capitol Rioter who shocked police officer with stun gun is sentenced to over 12 years in prison.
Capitol Rioter sentenced to 20 years in prison.
12 years.
What's that? 12 years. Okay, I'm looking it up. What site is this?
AP News.
Interesting. Okay. Do you want me to go down and read it, or do you want to continue on and go to my point of law enforcement?
Do you want to acknowledge that that's not pro law enforcement?
I don't know. I'd have to read the.
I don't think you need to. That's obviously
article.
Anti-law enforcement, right?
You don't think that I need to read an article?
No. If it were a Democrat that specifically pardoned someone who beat a police officer, you wouldn't have to read an article to condemn it. But apparently when it's Donald Trump that does it, you do need an article to condemn it.
Well, that's not what I said. I said that I would condemn it if I believe that the facts are valid, and if I believe that this
isn't even contested, by the way. What I just said isn't contested. So there's not
just saying that it isn't contested doesn't mean it's not contested, Parker.
No, I'm not just saying it. That's true.
Okay. Well, I have no basis for those facts. I don't have anything that shows me.
I gave you a basis for those facts. You can keep playing stupid, but it's obvious that it is the case that that's not pro law enforcement.
Yeah, but I haven't even looked over this article, or if there's any.
You don't
any
need
articles.
to in order to say that this is wrong.
Okay, then how about this? What about the murder rates in metropolitan areas? How about that? Why don't we go to that? In major metropolitan areas,
just like pivot and not address what I'm saying.
No, I'm telling you. I said that if I can read the AP News article and I can find that there's no contested views to this article, then sure, I'll condemn it and I'll say that Trump shouldn't have pardoned those people. I don't agree with everything Trump does.
Would you say that you wouldn't support him because he's not pro law enforcement? Because that was the argument you just provided as to why you would support him over Kamala Harris.
Do you think that one decision determines his whole outlook on law enforcement?
Do I think that's a sufficient thing to say that you wouldn't support Donald Trump? Absolutely. I mean, he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and he pardoned those that beat police officers on January 6th. That's clearly against law enforcement when it benefits him.
Yeah, and like I'm saying, I haven't looked over that article, and I have no articles that I have seen that confirm this or.
Could you give me any circumstance of Democrats pardoning those who beat police officers?
No, but I can give you an instance of Democrats pardoning somebody that did something wrong, just like Trump, and that would be Biden and his son. How about that?
His son wasn't convicted of any criminal charges that were violent.
You're right, and he still pardoned him, and it was still wrong. It doesn't have to be violent. I think it's wrong.
Yeah, but there's a distinction in how wrong it is, given that one case it was violent and the other case it wasn't. Secondly, this isn't like addressing the idea of law enforcement, right? Because this is not an attack on a police officer. Right. So like when you brought up law enforcement, I was responding to the point about law enforcement, and you're clearly here not responding to any points about law enforcement. Right. Because you have nothing.
No, I've tried to. Yeah. But you bring up an argument that you're well versed in, and I can acknowledge that fact, Parker. You're very smart and you do your research. And I'm telling you that I don't know, and I don't know anything. You just gave me a news site, and I've got to look it through and make sure that the sources are valid. But I'm telling you what I do know is that in major areas that voted for Biden in 2020, a lot of them have high murder rates. And I think that that's something that is bad. And I think that the rural areas outside of there don't have as high murder rates. So to me, I think that it's good that Trump is moving his law enforcement and calling reserves to enforce those laws and to make them safer cities. And I think that's a bigger thing than pardoning one person. Maybe that is wrong. Maybe him pardoning one person is wrong, but I think that one instance of something that he does wrong, even though I don't know if it is wrong, it doesn't determine a whole policy or a whole outlook on law enforcement in general. Does that make sense?
No, because it is the case that actually you saying that murder rates are higher for people that voted for Biden. One, you'd have to provide a source for that. Two, that would be a correlation causation fallacy. So just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. And then thirdly, in terms of this, what particular policies have made cities safer? I can't hear you when you're out of the app.
Yeah, I would say, and I was looking at my source. It's hard to do that when you only have your phone. But the thing is that I would say, wait, sorry, what was your question again?
What particular policies of Donald Trump's make the cities safer?
I think a higher budget for law enforcement officers. That's one of the policies that I would describe as making it safer.
That's not distinct from Democrats' policies.
Really?
Democrats,
Because defund the police was a slogan that was
Biden literally advocated to increase funding for the police then. So I don't know what you're talking about.
And what policy is that? He advocated for higher police rates.
For that. That's what you just said was good when Trump did it, but when specifically the Biden advocated for it, then it's not him actually doing it. Like, so what is it? Is it that this is good or
when
not?
did Biden advocate it? I have never seen Biden. As a matter of fact, my siblings who have voted for Biden, they supported the defund the police movement. Both elections.
Just because you know Democrats that supported that doesn't mean that Joe Biden had that position.
Okay, then what is Joe Biden's position on law enforcement and funding it?
Yes. Yeah, so you can go to The Hill and you can find an article specifically talking about the Biden administration improving security and things at schools, for example. The title is Biden administration announces $334 million plan specifically to hire police officers, improve security at schools. That was a Biden proposal. There was another one here from 2022. Biden's budget proposal calls for increase in law enforcement spending.
Okay. Well, then good. I guess they both have good outlooks on law enforcement then by increasing the budget.
So would you like to provide anything specific to Donald Trump that makes our city safer, like a policy?
Yeah, like the policy of activating the reserves to come into D.C. and help with the crime that was going on in D.C.
So sending in the National Guard. So the crime will only decline given that the National Guard is in place forever. So are you saying the National Guard should be there forever?
No, I'm saying that gives him time to try and increase the budget for law enforcement and then slowly take them away from the Capitol.
So what you're not understanding is that there would only be an impact on the level of crime rates in the context of this enforcement mechanism if you have a continued enforcement. So unless you keep National Guard in DC for the rest of time, right, it is going to be the case that crime will come back at a certain point, given that you think that this is the catalyst for crime decreasing. Okay, so
yeah, but
so what is it? When do you want it to go away? And why didn't Trump implement it in his first term when there were higher rates of violent crime?
No, what I'm saying is that it is essentially a stand-in for when he is able to advocate and actually get more funding for police officers inside of the Capitol. And when he does that, then he can slowly phase out the National Guard.
Okay, so when is he going to do this? Because he could do that right away.
He could do what right away? Just immediately create a budget?
He could immediately advocate for an increase in the budget. He could have said that was his position. When did he claim this?
Let me look up.
Because you just made this up. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you like my content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. I do these debates every single day for 4 hours. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10. Michelle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Grayson, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Grayson. Absolutely. I hope I did get it. If I did miss it, I'm so sorry. I am trying to keep up with all the messages. I do apologize.
No, I understand. Executive Order 14288, strengthening and unleashing America's law enforcement, signed in April 2025.
What was this?
Which includes, this is Executive Order 14288. Strengthening and unleashing America's law enforcement, where he included nearly $1 billion in pro bono legal support for federal law enforcement.
What did I just ask for?
A source? Is that what you want? The WhiteHouse.gov. Fact sheets 2025. President Donald J. Trump strengthens America's law enforcement.
Let's make sure that we were listening to the same thing, right?
Sure. Biden, they supported the. He could do what right away? Just immediately create a budget?
He could immediately advocate for an increase in the budget. He could have said that was his position. When did he claim this?
April 2025.
You just made this up.
I just show you. I'm confused as to why you're playing that clip. Yeah, I'm telling you. This is when he advocated for it, April 28th, 2025. Source is whitehouse.gov, fact sheet
What did
president.
he advocate for that you just said?
Strengthens America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens.
What did I ask you for, though? Do you want me to play the clip again?
Yeah, actually, good God, play the clip again.
Absolutely. I hope I did get it. If I did miss it, I'm so sorry. I am trying to keep up with all the messages.
Let me look up
because
the
you
source.
just made this up.
Yeah, but
so what is it? When do you want it to go away? And why didn't Trump implement it in his first term when there were higher rates of violent crime?
no, what I'm saying is that it is essentially a stand-in for when he is able to advocate and actually get more funding for police officers inside of the Capitol. And when he does that, then he can slowly phase out the National Guard.
Okay, so when is he going to do this? Because he could do that right away.
He could do what right away? Just immediately create a budget?
He could immediately advocate for an increase in the budget. He could have said that that was his position. When did he? So let's clarify. Is this an increase in the budget specifically for DC's funding? Is this him advocating or is it an executive order?
It's for the national funding.
So what was the title?
President Donald J. Trump strengthens America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens.
Is this from the White House, April 28th?
Yes, sir. Fact sheet, the White House, April 2020. Yeah, April 28, 2025.
Where does it say specifically DC should increase the level of funding for law enforcement and then they're going to leave?
Well, it's an increase for funding for the whole nation, which in turn could help Washington, D.C.
So it wasn't specifically just like increasing funding for DC, right?
No.
And then leaving. So what you claimed was just not true, even based upon your own fact sheet.
No, it's support for the nation, which includes Washington, D.C. That's a subsect of the nation.
You were arguing that it is the case that we were sending in the National Guard, right, to lower the level of crime so that we could specifically put funding into DC in terms of law enforcement to then be able to get rid of the National Guard. That's not specifically what was advocated for here. You made this up.
Oh, yeah. Well, then I can restate my position. And I would say that it's not just Washington, D.C., because Trump wants to do this everywhere. He's planning on trying to and actually he already has mobilized law enforcement or, reserves.
So why can't you just increase law enforcement budget? Why do you have to specifically send in the National Guard? Because it essentially doesn't even do anything because you're going to get rid of the law enforcement in terms of National Guard.
Because in order to create a budget, you can't just sign an executive, at least a long-term budget. You can't just sign an executive order. You need both Congress and the Senate to be on board as well.
Yeah, so you're advocating for Congress and the Senate specifically to do this, and that would be the way that you address it. Dropping the National Guard into D.C. isn't specifically doing that, right?
But it's helping it for the time being, which is what I'm saying.
Okay, so then why wouldn't he do it in his first term?
Why wouldn't it? Oh, he did. 2017. Here, I have that as well.
He didn't put in the National Guard in 2017 throughout the entire of his admin.
No, not in 2017, but he did advocate for higher budget for law enforcement. And
no, we
who
were
knows?
talking about the National Guard.
Yeah. So you're saying why didn't he mobilize the National Guard?
Yeah, there were higher rates of crime in D.C. under his first term than there is now. So why didn't he do it then?
Oh, I just think that he's learned things since his first term. I think that he's become a better president. Isn't that what one's supposed to do, is learn from what they had in their first term and then try and do things that are better?
So he just learned it. He just randomly learned it in the middle of his terms that he could use the National Guard in that way.
Yeah.
Do you realize
that's
obviously not the case. Wait, that's obviously not the case that he just learned that he could do this, right? Again, that is not true at all. It is the case. Yeah, so he was claiming, again, in the context of his first term, that he couldn't actually be the one to drop the National Guard on January 6th, that specifically Nancy Pelosi had some say over it. So why didn't that happen here in this term?
Because he realized that if he pushes limits, then oftentimes doors will come open for him. If he does things like...
What do you mean by pushes limits? He breaks the law, you mean?
by like putting in place tariffs. I think that's a great example of how he definitely like comes close to legal boundaries, is the way that I would put it.
Tariffs are harming the U.S. economy. You know that, right? And also, I don't know how that would be an example of something that you think is beneficial.
Honestly, I think that sure, tariffs may be bad in the short term, but economic stance doesn't just look at short term things. It looks at long term
No,
projections.
tariffs are bad in the long run as well. What economist indicates that Donald Trump's economic policy is going to be beneficial in the long run?
There's been plenty of economists that have said
Such
that, as well as the opposite. Here, I'll provide you the news source for it. I know. It takes time. I'd rather this than you pull out the book, Parker. I don't want the book. That's what I don't want.
Well, it already happened to you, so.
I know it did. It did.
It happened
My
pretty
siblings
quick,
are gonna love
dude.
that.
That's kind of brutal, dude.
Yeah, no, you're right. And my siblings, they're gonna love that.
I bet. And wait, are they on my side?
They are.
W siblings, let's go.
Oh man,
did your siblings get you to come up here?
No, actually, I was just scrolling on TikTok and I saw you, but I've watched you from Charlie Kirk's things. I'm actually in Utah at UVU, which is kind of funny. But, well, not funny, but yeah, still.
Yeah, I hope you're okay.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, one thing I definitely would like to address would be what we brought up, but I can keep things going. There's no defensible economic position for Trump at all.
Okay. So, I mean, right here I'm looking at economists who support tariffs, and it's by the STL News, state's top leading news.
Wait, there's a distinction between supporting some level of tariffs and supporting Trump's tariffs. There's a distinction between those. Because Trump is advocating for universalized tariffs on a bunch of different countries around the world, whereas specifically if we're talking about the tariffs that have existed historically speaking, they've just been targeted tariffs on specific industries, which I'm okay with targeted tariffs on specific industries for specialized manufacturing in the United States. But if we're talking about universalized tariffs, I think that's definitely harmful to the economy to a massive scale.
Interesting. What did you want to go back to while I try and show you the claim of universalized tariffs and how that is good?
Well, I don't think you're going to find anything that shows that. That's kind of the reason why I asked that question.
Okay.
Is that there isn't. There aren't economists out there that are advocating for the universalized tariffs that Trump's proponing, right? To a large extent. Most economists are against that. And here's a good reason to be against it. If you're replacing income tax with tariffs, what you're doing is you're replacing a progressive tax system with a regressive tax system, which means you're shifting the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income. Through the context of income tax, the more money you make, the more you pay in taxes in terms of a percentage of your income. If we're talking about regressive taxes in terms of tariffs, right, people who are lower and middle income spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So if they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods and consumer goods increase in price, that's going to disproportionately negatively impact people that spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, which will be low and middle income individuals, meaning that it will cause an increase in the tax burden on low and middle income individuals. So what you're doing is you're just shifting the burden of taxation to the working and low class specifically, rather than like disproportionately the rich. And I think the rich should be paying more even. Kamala Harris's tax plan was to keep all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income under $400,000 a year, and for income over $400,000 a year, slightly increase taxes. And it would have been significantly better for the debt, and it would have been better for the burden of where taxation is placed, because taxes would be higher for people under $400,000. Because of the tariffs.
Gotcha. So you believe taxing the rich is kind of the answer to that question?
Yeah, you can't get everything and pay for everything that we ever need just by increasing taxes on the rich, but I would prefer to tax the rich rather than to tax lower and middle income individuals. And if Trump's policy is to tax low and middle income individuals to a greater extent, and Kamala Harris's tax policy is to decrease the tax burden on working class Americans, right? I think that's a better plan, and it's also more fiscally responsible. I think there's a huge issue with the debt and how big it is, because it creates this lagging indicator of essentially what's it called? Interest rate payments every year. And that interest rate payment that we're going to make takes away from our ability to be able to fund other social programs. So that's why a lagging indicator of the debt is a bad thing, even from a liberal perspective.
Yeah, and I don't hate that stance of disliking the debt. I think that that's fair. I don't think Trump or the right wing agrees with increasing the debt year over year as well. But I did. Okay, you do. Where's he?
Republicans do. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, indicated that Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending in his first administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, signed into law. And then his campaign plans for this administration comparative to Harris's campaign plans would do $4 trillion more on a central estimate.
Yeah, and is that offsetted by inflation? Because every year, presidents, including both liberal and Republican, increase the deficit spending. But does that? I think that kind of encapsulates inflation as well.
It accounts for inflation, and inflation is going to go up higher under Trump because of tariffs. Tariffs put upward pressure on prices.
I think inflation goes up definitely in the long term. I don't think that there's been long periods of time in which it's been driven down necessarily. And so I think that, yeah, I mean, it probably will go up under Trump, just like it went up under Biden and just like it went up under Obama. So I don't think, I think that that's just an unfortunate actual fact.
But it goes up at a higher rate under Trump, which takes away from purchasing power for working class Americans. So it's not a good thing. So although there's inflation under both admins, there would be less inflation under a Democratic administration, which would actually increase the ability for the Federal Reserve to bring down interest rates to a greater extent than what they've done so far, so that we would actually have better ability to be able to buy houses, stimulate the economy, because we have lower interest rates. And when interest rates are so high, it's hard for people who are buying houses to say refinance their loans. It's hard for them to buy houses. It disincentivizes that because it is the case that we want to wait out until we get lower interest rates. Because it would cost.
I mean, as far as that goes, I think that Joe Biden, the reason that his was so low is because it was post-COVID and there wasn't a need and there wasn't the economy wasn't kickstarted again. But if you look at Barack Obama, his was at 70% increase, and that's per the Consumer Affairs report. And Trump's was only 40. And so I think it just depends, but it fluctuates.
70% what?
It was a 70% increase from the previous administration, George Bush.
Are you talking about in terms of the debt?
Yes.
Okay. That doesn't mean it was caused by Obama. Obama inherited the Great Recession.
Okay, but you could say that about every single president. You could say that about Trump inheriting.
Right, and also, I'm not comparing Obama to Trump. I'm comparing Biden and Harris to Trump, which is going to be like representative of the modern Democratic Party to a greater extent in terms of the fiscal responsibility of said party.
Yeah, I just disagree with the notion, because what I'm telling you is that I think those are different times. Joe Biden was post-COVID, where things weren't, the economy wasn't kickstarted yet, so there wasn't as many government projects to.
Biden took over, and it was still during COVID, if you remember. And also, I'm taking into account COVID and non-COVID related spending in the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget Analysis. They take into account COVID and non-COVID related spending, and they show you which is which. And if you just look at non-COVID related spending from Trump, that's greater than the entirety of the spending, COVID and non-COVID related spending, from Biden that was signed into law that was debt related spending.
Interesting. And so you think that that's bad because the budget creates, like, the increase in the deficit creates lags. Is that correct?
Lagging indicator that is going to negatively impact like working class Americans, because it is going to take away from social programs that we would be able to outline, and other types of programs that we would outline that are going to disproportionately help people who are lower and middle income.
Okay. To be honest, I forget what the original argument was, but I think that, yeah, that could be fair. So are you saying that Trump is bad because he's increasing the deficit? Is that what is your point to
That's
help
one
me
of the
not
reasons.
go?
That's one of the reasons why you shouldn't support Donald Trump, because he's less fiscally responsible. Like, that's a good economic reason to not support him. I think that's him not putting, I think in general his economic policy is definitely not America first. Now he tries to proclaim that it's America first, but in every single way I could mention, it's made it worse off, economically speaking.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I'm not. I know that everybody probably takes the economy as the number one stance to disprove the left, but I'm not taking a stance on that. I'm not educated enough, so I'm not sure. You could be correct. It could be not good for voting Trump as far as the economy goes. But I look at it and I think that I look at foreign policy, but also immigration. I think immigration's an even bigger one that I dislike is immigration into the United States, and you can see the bad impact from Europe and the amount of immigration that they have coming into their nations.
I don't know what bad outcome you're talking about in terms of Europe, and I think that immigration leads to positive outcomes. I can mention specifically how. Not only does immigration benefit our economy, but it would actually reduce crime rates as well, because immigrants, documented and undocumented, commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. So if a greater percentage of the population were immigrants, it would reduce the said crime rate of the population. Because if you increase population with the percentage of population that's increasing, having a lower average crime rate, it brings down the average crime rate.
To be honest, I think that I don't think the U.S. has gotten to a point in which it's bad enough to where you could see the impact, but I think that you do see it in Europe right now. And an example is the sexual assaults statistics for the European Union, and how the lowest of which is Europeans, but the highest of which is Muslims that are coming in from countries in the Middle East.
Can you give me a source on that too? Are you arguing that people who believe in Islam are more likely to commit rape? Can you give me any stats on that? Any source or study?
Yeah, let me pull up those for you.
Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate it. Cabrin, thank you so much for the $31. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cabrin. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10. And Sailor with the $50. Thank you so much, Sailor. Give me some W's for Sailor in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Sailor in the comment section. Kill the Wind, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I think trickle-down economics is definitely very bad.
Are you a socialist? I'm curious.
No, I'm a social democrat, so I'm a liberal.
Democrat, okay. Interesting.
So in the meantime, everyone, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. 1.5 million likes. I'd really appreciate it. Like the stream on YouTube. This is going to be my last conversation for the day, everyone. Just letting everyone know. This could be my last conversation for the day.
Dang, I'm honored.
Oh, it's 4 hours. I just started doing 4 hours recently.
Well, you are a trooper. All right.
Alrighty. In the meantime, do give it a second for him to find this information. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Do give it a second. Do give it a minute. Alrighty. Barbara, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, everyone. I was just looking at something. I do apologize. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec. He's going to find this in a minute. By the way, everyone, I was also going to recommend go check out some of my YouTube videos and stuff like that. I would really, really, really appreciate it. That'd be amazing. That'd be fantastic. You should go check it out. Put a lot of effort into the YouTube. That's where most of my content's been right now. TikTok's been limiting things on the video aspect, so that's where most of my video content, you could probably see it. But I appreciate everyone in general. Make sure to follow me here if you haven't already, everyone. Make sure to follow me here if you have not already. Tomorrow I should be live. I'm thinking probably early in the day. I'm guessing I'll be live like 9 a.m. tomorrow. So here in about 13 hours. Players Elite, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
And I have it for you, Parker. Migrationcentral.co.uk. Up to a third of sexual assaults are committed by migrants in 2000.
No, what's the title?
Up to a third of sexual assaults committed by migrants in 2024. Migration Central. And it's for foreign nationals. I don't know what I'm not allowed to say on. I know you said grape for that. So
migrationcentral.co.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Across England, this is specifically England and Wales. It just makes a claim. Is it specifically the percent that were? It says quote unquote foreign nationals. What does foreign nationals mean that they define?
It means, from my understanding, citizens that become citizens after they migrate. But maybe I'm wrong in that fact.
Do they cite a source? This is just like an article.
So so you want like, gotcha. I think I understand what you're looking for. Is like a survey or.
Yeah. Do they like cite a source? I mean, just like there being an article that exists that they claim definitely isn't like just evidence at all. And also, I can show you an entire set of bibliography. There's an entire page of different sources relating to immigration and crime that show that immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime, including, right, sexual crimes particularly. So if you want to talk about that, you have to acknowledge the vast and overwhelming evidence indicating that they committed at a lower rate. Plus, you have to acknowledge that Donald Trump himself was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. So if you actually did care about sexual assault, then you probably wouldn't support a guy held civilly liable of it.
Yeah, but civilly liable, I mean, my parents are both attorneys. Civilly liable has a very lower standard of proof to
What's the distinction?
being criminally. It's the distinction is basically just saying that it's probable instead of that it definitely happened.
Nope. The distinction is beyond a reasonable doubt based upon preponderance of evidence. So those are the distinctions in standard of evidence. And if you knew that someone based upon preponderance of evidence sexually abused a woman, would you vote for them for president?
Sorry, can you state that again?
If you knew based upon preponderance of evidence, right, that someone sexually abused a woman, would you still vote for them?
Preponderance of evidence, from my understanding, is just saying that it's likely.
Not sexually abused a woman, that you would vote for them for president.
It depends if I believe that the jury or the judge was correct in coming to that determination that it was.
So the entire unanimous decision from a jury was wrong?
12 people?
9
possible,
people.
definitely. 9 people.
It's a unanimous decision, so every single person in that jury. Trump's lawyers were a part of the decision-making process.
Yeah, it's 9 jury, like it's 9 people on a jury. I really don't know. I wish that I knew more, but I don't think that.
It seems like you need to look into all of these things.
It's saying that it's likely, Parker. The preponderance of the evidence is just saying that it's more likely than not, which essentially is just saying that it's like 51%. And to me, that's not a big.
Wait. Why would you select the smallest level of percentage that it could be? You haven't even looked at the case. Could you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
One piece of no, but I think
in the same way that you say 51%, someone could say 100 or 99%.
Yeah, well, in that case, he would have been held criminally liable. Am I not correct? If it was 100%?
No, because of statute of limitations. So regardless of the level of evidence, you can't try someone after a certain set of years.
Okay, interesting. I thought he was well within those years.
Nope.
Was he not within those years?
No.
Okay. So then I guess it's just up to the distinction if you think that it's 51% or 100%. And to me, I don't know. I wasn't.
No. Again, across the board, how about this? If someone is more likely than not sexually abused a woman, would you let them take care of your children?
If I came to the conclusion that they were more likely than not, you are definitely correct.
If a court process, a civil court, for example.
Then I would say it depends because I don't know how they came to that conclusion.
So you would let someone held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will take care of your children?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying
answer the question. Would you let them take care of your children given that set of condition?
Given that set of condition, that's a good question. I think that, like I said, I wouldn't dwell on those facts. I would look at the evidence and determine for myself what I think. So I think I disagree with the argument. I would say that I would look at it on my own.
So no response. Okay, I'm gonna get off for tonight.
Okay, I appreciate you, Parker.
I would appreciate it more if you actually engaged with the arguments that I'm providing. To be totally honest with you, Aaron, I appreciate the dinosaur. I'm giving you arguments and you're purposefully trying to not answer them. Like, to be totally honest with you, I don't think that we're gaining anything from that. And it is well past 4 hours here, so I'm gonna be getting off for tonight. Sadie Rose, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Julian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll have to check back and see what's going on there. Thank you so much, Julian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Emma, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bottom. Make sure to follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Make sure to follow me if you have not already. I would really, 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 really appreciate it. And everyone, I'm going to send everyone over to a friend I met a while ago. Everyone look up Hector Talks. Hector, Hectorr Talks. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Make sure to go show Hector some love. Show Hector some love. I appreciate everyone coming through tonight, everyone. Go look up Hector. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. He's got like 126 people in there right now. Let's make his live have so many people in there. I would really appreciate it. I would appreciate it so much. I would appreciate it very, very, very much. Have a good night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone. Good night, everyone. I will see everyone later.